Okay, you're not gonna get a big fancy intro from me this time around. Sorry. Yeah, the UPS took a dump. Yeah, we're using it. I plugged it. I shut it off, and then unplugged it, make sure it was off power, and then plugged it back in. But I don't think we had a power surge either, guys. I think that thing is just used up. Yeah, I think it's just used up, dudes. And I think now that we have that 3080 in there, it might be drawing a little, just a smidge more power. So hit the battery with the meter later. You'll see it's toast. Yeah. I have a spare just in case. But, yeah, I had to make sure that it wasn't like that thing we didn't crap out completely. So that's why I turned everything back on. Let me check to see if the cord's hot. Nope. Nope. No. No, the cord going to the UPS is not hot. Your mom's hot. You've met her, dude. That's weird. Seriously. It's weird. Daddy's back. My mom's hot. Yeah, well, my dad works for Xbox, so there. Hey, Vulcan, what's going on? Sorry about that, fellas. Yeah, I don't like... Dude, the power going out, the internet going out, and hardware going on the fritz are a streamer's worst nightmare, dude. That's, like, not good. So, fellas, I have another UPS ready to go. It's just down in the house, so I'm not exactly sure what... I think we'll kind of keep going. I think the battery in that thing is toast. I think that CyberPower, it's a CyberPower 1000. It looks like a little computer, but it's from 2017. So that battery's toast. It's probably not gonna give us much surge protection either. So I have a spare. I bought one a little while back from Micro Center because I figured this would happen sooner rather than later. I have one in the house. I'll go get it. I have that basically acting as a power wall. It's a power wall. The other UPS that I have, we used when the power did go out. Power went out a little while back when we had a lot of wind a couple months ago, and it knocked down a telephone pole near the house. So I hooked the UPS into a generator, and we were playing Nintendo 64 off of like closed grid power, which is pretty cool. Don't get me wrong, it was annoying because I don't want to backfeed. Backfeeding is very frowned upon. You should never do that unless you get a transfer switch. So I just ran an extension cord into the house and plugged the furnace in and plugged the Nintendo and the TV in, and we're having a good time. Yeah, don't backfeed. Backfeeding will get somebody killed if you don't know what you're doing. You sent me a 41 pickup on Twitter I saw over the weekend at a car show. Nice. Nice. Yeah, you should never do that. What's backfeeding? So, okay, Cozy, I'm going to say that just first and foremost, don't ever do this. Don't ever do it. But technically, outlets, you can put power into an outlet. You should never do it. And there's a good reason why. But technically, you can run electrical current goes both ways. You can flow power back in. So if I have a generator, right? And once again, I cannot stress this enough. Do not ever do this. If I have a generator that has two male ends, you plug one into the generator, plug the other one into the outlet, it'll feed the circuit. That is a no-no. And you could kill somebody if you don't know what you could kill somebody, or you could kill yourself if you don't know what you're doing. Don't dick around with electricity unless you know, or get somebody that knows what they're doing and screw with it. Now, the reason why it's so dangerous is, one, you can technically do it, but you probably shouldn't. You shouldn't get your drinking water out of a sewer pipe. Okay? Bad idea. Right? Yeah, that's not a good idea. You don't do that. It's because that's basically the electrical equivalent of what you're doing. Now, just because electricity can flow both ways through a wire doesn't mean that you should do that. Now, here's the big reason. If the power is out okay? Your town, your city, whatever, will send out guys to go and fix it. Okay? So if I have a generator that's plugged into my house and I don't have a proper way to cut my house off from the grid, I'm backfeeding into the grid. Now, backfeeding is okay. If you have solar panels, you backfeed into the grid all the time. And you can slow the meter down because you're backfeeding into the grid. That's no problem. But if there's an electrician or a linesman out there that's trying to fix a telephone pole and you're backfeeding into the grid because you don't have a transfer switch and you have a generator just hooked up into a plug, you're backfeeding high current back into the telephone poles or the underground wires, and some guy's going to go screw around with that to fix it, and he's going to get electrocuted. That's why you don't backfeed. You could kill somebody if you don't know what you're doing. So don't dick around with electricity. That's the big one. I don't backfeed. Backfeeding is dangerous. You could cause a fire, you could get somebody killed, or if you don't know what you're doing, you could kill yourself. Don't do that. Do not backfeed unless you have a transfer switch. I like my drinking water flavored, though. Yeah, so... Yeah, T-Man, yeah, you could kill your main breaker, sure. If you could do that, but that's very frowned upon. I wouldn't do that. So, yeah, just be careful about backfeeding. I don't do that. So what I do is I have a generator and I plug the furnace into the generator so we can keep the house warm. Keep the house warm, and that's it. I want to get a transfer switch so we could just plug the generator right into the main breaker and then have power in the house. But the thing is I only have a 6,500 watt generator. 6,500 watts is not enough to power this house. We need, especially with all the power that I draw with the computers and heating the garage and stuff. So yeah, you should never backfeed into the system. You'll get somebody killed. And guess what? Guess who's liable? Involuntary manslaughter. You don't want to go to jail for that. Bad idea. There's a reason why it's illegal. So, yeah, Ian, if we want to go closed loop, I do want to take the garage... I want to take the garage, not closed loop, but offset, so we don't take as much power. But, yeah. Yeah, don't backfeed. Bad idea. Geo? Yeah, we can't do geothermal here, Doom. Workler, good night. Auf Wiedersehen, mein Freund. Not to mention the wire to the plug is rated for a certain number of amps. Yeah, Hawk, if you run too many amps through... So electricity, guys, think of electricity kind of like water. It's not really compressible. If you tried to put too much pressure through a small water pipe, the pipe will explode. If you try to put too much current with too high amperage through a wire that's not designed to take it, well, guess what? Instead of blowing a pipe and the water leaking over there, it just catches on fire. Yeah. Which is why I checked to see if the wires were hot. We have gas, Electron, yeah. Mm-hmm. So saying put water in electricity? Yeah, oh yeah, don't do that ever. Don't do that. Yeah. Where do we leave off in KSP? Who knows if it's saved or not, Reno. Let's see. Nah, Aqualex, we're not going to get wind. I'm in there. My neighborhood is a bunch of evergreen trees, dude. I'm telling you, if I took a picture of my house, you would swear it's in Portland, man. If I showed you guys a picture, it looks like the Willamette Valley. I'm serious. And don't get me wrong, I've never been out there, but I've seen pictures. It looks like that. Like, yeah. There we go. So, wind power is kind of no-go. There is a lot of wind power on Cape Cod, though, if you really want to know. We look at the time of save. 3/6/2023 at 1:54 p.m. Which means that my power took a dump. My UPS took a dump at 1:54. You can't make that up, dude. You can't make that up. You can't make that up, man. Come on now. Come on now. What altitude are we at? Oh, score, man. Yeah, the payload deployed. All right. Hell yeah. Alright, so just give this thing a quick hoosker do, hoosker don't. Lower that perigee a ways. Alright, and now we should be able to switch back over to the other vessel before that thing re-enters. That's what we were doing. There we go. What's the significance of 154? It's a meme number on the stream, dude. So, it's kind of a... it comes from a video about doing testing, alright? In Kerbal, you do a lot of testing. You always test your stuff before it blows up. So if you type like 154 into YouTube, right? It brings up the 777 wing test. So 154 is funny in the fact that, so Boeing did this wing test back in the day, right? They were trying to test the load factor on 777's wings, on the 777's wings, right? Listen.
Again, 75 seconds.
So let me
Although
just...
he was no longer the leader of the team, Alan Mullally was also there to watch.
Watch. So if you look, Boeing is doing this insane test where they stretch the 777's wings. Nice, Serlo. Here you go. Watch. Yeah, maybe, Clayton. Look at that. Look at them stretch the wing.
153.
That's correct, drummer.
154.
Whichever way you looked at it, the test was a success.
154. 154. 154. 154. 154. 154.
See that?
154.
So, what does that mean? Why is it a big deal that it snapped at 154% of rated load? So, the FAA, to fly people around, has to have a wing load rating of 150%. You have to be able to take 1.5 times the actual wing load. So, when a plane takes off, you have lift, right? And the lift pulls the plane up, right? Obviously, the wings generate lift, and the lift generated from those wings, Bernoulli's principle just lifts the plane up, right? So, there's like maximum rated load. So like that basically 100% is like how much, if I'm remembering right, it's how much the plane can take off with like a full payload. Like that's 100% loading up the wing. So like when you rotate and the plane is carrying a bunch of people and a bunch of cargo and everything, that's 100%. The FAA requires you to go to 154% or 150%. The reason why is because, well, the engineering behind that is basically this. If your wing load exceeds 150% rated load, the plane's literally falling out of the sky. Like, I'm talking Starship belly flop. That's the only time the wing's ever going to do something like that. So that's a good datum because you know good and well that with a fixed wing airplane, you're never going to do that. If you're belly flopping out of the sky in a 777, you have other problems to worry about other than the wings coming off, right? There's other things to worry about, namely how you got a plane to do a belly flop, right? So they know, basically, the FAA bases those numbers off of, the wing's never going to break. If the wing breaks, that means your plane basically hit the ground. So you have other problems. That's what I mean when I say you have other problems to worry about. So why is 154 significant? 154 is significant because it shows good analytical research backed up by actual hardware testing, all right, which is what aerospace engineering is all about, or any engineering, particularly aerospace in this regard, because anybody that's even remotely familiar with systems engineering when in the application of aerospace, right, knows that you have to do the math to understand what you made. And if you can quantify that with a real world test, you can see how good your math is. And if your math is, your analytical model and your real world test correlate, that means it's a well engineered piece of equipment. You're less likely to get like what they would call a design flaw or something, right? So in this particular case, the wing is designed to fail past 150%, which meets FAA certifications. And the reason why all those engineers are hyped up is because they basically wanted it to fail somewhere past 150, but not too far. You don't want the wing failing at 170% of rated load, because then that means your wing's way too over-engineered. It's way too over-engineered even for the safety factors. You want it to fail right around 150%. And that thing did fail right around 150%, with just a little bit over-engineering. That's a well-built piece of equipment. It's well understood. And that's why the 777 is one of the better planes that Boeing's ever designed. I mean, I still am more of a 747 fanboy, but Flash Booty, thank you for the bits. I do appreciate it. So you learn by testing, and you validate your analytical model. Basically, you got a bunch of nerds doing all the math, and then you go and build the thing, and then they break one to see what happens, and it basically says exactly what the math that the nerds came up with. It corroborates the model. That's how engineering is done. This is why you push things to fail. And that is like the essence of Kerbal. That's how Kerbal rolls, man. 777X though is bae, dude. Mm-hmm. Yep. You should try to make a test rig like this, not as complicated. I don't know if we could mock up wing shear like that, Creeper, but yeah. Mm-hmm. The fact that you can predict when it fails is worth more than making it stupidly over-engineered. Exactly. And once again, it's not about it. That's the big one, Fresh. Yeah, exactly. It is more about knowing when and where that wing is going to fail. That's the big one. Engineering is about understanding what you made. It doesn't matter if it's structural, aerospace, civil engineering, aerospace, software. It doesn't matter. You need to understand what you made. If you don't understand what you made and you still send it out there, well, bad stuff usually happens. So my experience in Kerbal so far, revert to VAB. Yeah, the point is that you should always learn something by failing. You know what I mean? And that right there is the essence of Kerbal, which is why 154 is like a big part of like what we do here. You learn by failing. But the other thing is like, I mean, we kind of learn by, we learn how to stomp bugs using kind of this mentality, right? Do it once, do it again. If it's repeatable, then you know what failed, right? That's how I go about squashing bugs. That's why I like doing it. How have the updates been? We haven't got one yet, but we should be getting one in the coming weeks. Design it, test it, break it. Every time something new gets built, the entire world, exactly, Shy. That's why that number is a big significant thing on the stream. Mm-hmm. So, okay, let's get the music back on here. All right, so we have our transfer vehicle core stage here ready to go. Now, I'm not sure if we should just build another transfer vehicle. I might just do that so we have something that can get us out there, you know? Let me just make sure we actually have hydrogen. All right, we're carrying 20 tons. Good. So sometimes just resetting the stage here will get you what you want, but I haven't activated the engine yet. So if we activate it, yeah, there we go. Okay, engine's good to go. We're reading Delta V. Not down there though, but anything new? They literally released one trailer that doesn't show any gameplay, Drummer. I have no idea. How can you predict when city skylines will crash? Watch the RAM usage. Speaking of that, I got to get the resource monitor back up. I have my resource monitor open on the other monitor up there, just to watch how what makes Kerbal tick. I've been watching it while we've been doing all this simulation and just launching rockets and stuff, just to see. And I'm watching temperature and load and stuff like that. I did not see it when we just turned the power on though, so I'm not, or when the power took a dump, so I'm not exactly sure what happened there. So RAM usage is at 34%. Kerbal is using, right now, it's using 4.5 gigs of RAM. And we're maxing one processor. Like, one processor's really going through a lot of load. If I had to guess, this one, CPU 2, is the one that's doing the physics. If I had to guess. Let me move that up there. There we go. It's on one core for now, Marcel. Yeah. In the future, it'll be different. I'm pretty sure they'll figure out a way to optimize it. But anyway, we got the core here. Let's all right. I think honestly building just the same transfer vehicle would not be the worst idea. So, actually our frames are pretty crystal here, which is interesting. Yeah, we're getting really good sim here. 60 FPS all day. That's, once again, that's my simulation frames. It's actually really good, believe it or not. That's like some of the best frames I've gotten with the simulation open. Yeah, Doom, which, you know what that kind of tells me? It kind of tells me that some of these problems that we're dealing with, I'm going to shut the engine off so we don't, I hate seeing the engine wiggle around. It's really annoying. Some of the performance issues that we're facing are actually craft file based. It has something to do with physics-less parts, but let me quick save and we'll go back down to the Space Center. Did you fix your lander frame rate bug? No, Rojo, but I know, or Rohomojo, I know that it is the lander that causes problems. I know that it is, because look, you see that the transfer vehicle's working fine, right? All right, let's go back over here. Now we need to pull parts. We need to pull the other pieces of the transfer vehicle. Okay. How are we gonna do this? Does the lander have lights? It does have lights, Moo, yeah, but it also has a bunch of physics-less parts on it. I've been talking with the devs, dude. They know that physics-less parts are causing problems with performance, but they can't exactly figure out why. Now, personally, I have my own theories about this. I have my own theories about it. I haven't really proved out theories about it enough for it to really make sense, though. That's the thing. No, you can't share. No, Putre, no backwards compatibility. You can build the same things in KSP, though. Here, check this out. Like, because you have a lot of the same parts. So I have stuff that I've made in KSP1 that's here. Like the K200, for instance. After reading Nate's post, I was a bit disappointed that they didn't fully embrace the early access route of releasing builds soon and often for these early bug fixes. Pushing the fixes directly to the end users. Let the QA team work on the bigger finish. You got an early access player base of a few thousand to weed out new bugs. Yeah. No, you don't import it. You can build it, though. See, like, I built this, and this is a KSP1 vehicle. But see, you know what the interesting thing is, fellas? And here, this kind of goes with my theory a little bit. I think that physics-less parts are freaking out, and it has something to do with symmetry. The reason why is because in KSP1, we know good and well that physics-less parts that are duplicated over symmetry, particularly negative or mirror symmetry, they end up using an inverted or negative scaled collider on the physics-less part, and that does screw things up. We figured that one out when we were building out the shuttle payload bay. And remember how clogged up the editor got with yellow text? Saying that we don't know what to do with trying to make another collider for the physicsless part. Well, negatives, it looks like it's got an inverse scaled collider. We're gonna delete the inverse collider and then just substitute a duplicated collider instead. I think that might have something to do with it. I don't know how KSP1 got around the problem of duplicating physicsless parts. Can you explain what a physicsless part is? Sure, Fluffy, absolutely. So in KSP 1 and 2, you have these really, really small parts, right? These really tiny parts like this truss piece, for instance. See that? That's a part that you don't really need to physically simulate this. Now, okay, what does that mean? So let's get into simulation here for a second, okay? Every part in KSP, every time you move around, here, let me put the truck out there, okay? So here, let me just delete that, and we'll put the truck out. So, oh yeah, see? This thing has some gnarly problems, and I think it's from those damn struts right there. Yeah, I forgot about this. This happens. See, we had a glitch. This part has physicsless parts on it. Or this truck has two physicsless parts right there and right there. So what are physicsless parts? What does that all mean? Yeah, didn't like that. Yeah, see? I think it's physicsless parts in Sim, dude. That's what really breaks this damn thing. So, sorry, I went into bug troubleshooting mode there for a second. Let me quit out to main menu. So, what physicsless parts do, okay? What they do in KSP, this game, it has no idea what to do with those physicsless parts, and it completely screws everything up. Yeah, let's just restart. See, like, that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of stuff that I've been looking into squashing, because Intercept really wants to get rid of the game-breaking stuff first. Small stuff like struts being weird is something that's kind of low on the priority list, but you totally destroyed the game. We just won 54 at KSP. That's how I look at that. We figured out a way to break things. It happens, dude. So, okay. Now, let me explain what physicsless parts are. Physicsless parts are pieces in Kerbal that are too small to warrant simulation. Alright, so what's simulation in KSP? What the heck does that mean? So, simulation in KSP, if we look at this thing, right? Our stage that's moving around. All these parts are under acceleration right now. Now, what happens if we deorbit this thing? It's going to fly down, and we don't have re-entry heating in the game just yet. But it's gonna go back down. We're gonna dip into the atmosphere. We would get heating if, when that gets into the game. And the parts, if we don't propulsively land or whatever, will just crash into the surface. And when they crash into the surface, they blow up. Now, having all of these parts under physics, right? Like having them move through a physical medium. So basically, this thing is susceptible to Kerbin's gravity right now. It's physically simulated. That means that your computer is constantly doing math calculations to figure out what this thing is doing. See, look at CPU 2. I guarantee you CPU 2 is doing the simulation. Now, the more parts you have, the more math that the game needs to get done, right? The more parts you have. So that's gonna not stress the system out, but give me 1 second. I gotta put my resource monitor back out there. The more parts you have, the more math the game has to do, right? The more the game has to do, the more your frames are gonna get completely trashed, right? Because now your processor's bogged down in doing all these complicated physics equations all at once. That's what happens with KSP1 with a high part count. Because KSP1 can't split a ship onto multiple cores on your computer. That's a really hard thing to code around, right? So they have basically one processor. One of your cores is just bang on doing the physics calculations all the time. They have to do, they're calculating how much mass this part is and how it's moving through gravity, the aerodynamics, the heating. All of that stuff all gets put together, right? Like that's with a regular part. Physicsless parts don't do that. What does a physicsless part do? Well, a physicsless part is too small to do the simulation on, right? You don't want to do, like in Kerbal 1, for instance, you don't want to do the simulation on the damn thermometer, right? The little thermometer, like, or any of the science parts. You don't want to do simulation on that. That's just wasting processing power, right? So as an optimization, what the developers, what Felipe, C7, and Mike came up with, or Moo, what they came up with was basically take the physical properties of this part, right? And then apply them to the part that they're attached to. So if I have 1,000 kilogram, or like, let's say a 10 kilogram panel, right? And a 1 kilogram thermometer, and in Kerbal, we attach that 1 kilogram thermometer to the panel, right? The game won't simulate it as a panel with a thermometer attached to it. It won't do that. What it will do is take the mass of that part and apply it to the panel. So now what the game sees, what you see is a thermometer attached to a panel. What the game sees is a panel that weighs 11 kilograms, right? Because we said that the thermometer was 1 and the panel was 10, right? What it sees is an 11 kilogram panel, and it will apply the physics simulation to just the panel. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the physicsless part isn't collidable. If anybody in Kerbal has ever crashed into the surface, when you have thermometers on your vehicle, they go flying all over the place. Any science parts, the little pieces, they go flying. They're still collidable, but they don't have aerodynamic simulation applied to them. They don't have thermal simulation applied to them. And they don't have mass really applied to them. They just have a collision box. That's it. So we call them physicsless parts. They're still susceptible to physics, right? If you separate a physicsless part, it'll still move around. It's just not going to get heated. It's not going to get warmed up by reentry heat. It's not really susceptible to aerodynamics too much. It'll just fall like a brick under physics. And it'll eventually just hit the ground and explode. So physicsless parts aren't susceptible to any of that. It's a way for KSP to optimize the simulation if your ship has a lot of tiny parts. I did, Dwarshak. Yeah. I'm ready, dude. I'm going to play the frick out of that game, too. Mm-hmm. Are they aware of the Symmetry Association, do you think? I did tell Nate about it, Aqualex, yeah. I told him that physicsless parts do, especially in Mersim, they inverse scale the part, and that could be breaking KSP too. I have a theory about it, but I don't think you guys want to see me sit here and debug the game like that. You see how much the truck got screwed up when we put it out? Like, I kind of have a theory here that those struts that are my B-pillars on the truck are what's screwing it up. I mean, we could test it if you want. It would only take a second. If we go into the truck file, right? The truck has physicsless parts. Those struts right there. See these things? Those are physicsless, right? So what we could do is I could just separate that for a second. We could get rid of these things, right? Now the truck is a drop top, right? We got a freaking roadster truck here. And we could replace it with some other part. Just a panel would be fine, right? Like, just attach a panel there. Okay, I don't have the desert tan loaded in, so we'll just make those panels silver, right? So you saw what happened when we tried to load up the truck before, right? Oop. So we could go in here like this and just place the dang thing, right? And then we could... What I'm trying to do is rotate that thing 90 degrees so it doesn't get... Yeah, it doesn't want to rotate. Hang on one second. We have to make sure we have snap on when we do this, so we can... 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 90. There we go. And let's see what happens if we take these things and we just, just put them right there where the B pillar would be on the truck, and then take these panels Now, the antennas could be physicsless as well, so I'm not 100% sure how that's going to end up, right? And then you just attach these, basically. Just try to move this stuff backwards a little bit, just to make this not look like poo-poo. Right, and then we just take a singular strut and just put it there to make it look like we have a windshield. Right? So let's save the K200 now, right? Alright, so we have our updated K200 with the crappily built windshield, right? And let's see if this thing goes. Still broke. See? Still broke. Might be the antennas, it could be anything else, but yeah, it wasn't the physicsless parts. It still really didn't like that, so gotta figure out another way. And Jacob, I think we'll do an Eve flyby today. Maybe some type of drop probe that we can drop down onto the surface with chutes or something. I don't think I have the chops for an Eve lander today. Sending a probe first might be a better idea. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah. I think it has something to do with physicsless parts. Those antennas are physicsless. We do know that because they don't drift when we use them in KSP1. So the antennas are physicsless. Those lights are all physicsless parts. You never know, dude. This requires testing and it requires time. But I say let's get a move on and let's go over to Eve. So we need to get the next part of the transfer vehicle loaded up. So let's go down to the Space Center and go from there. The truck bed beams are not physicsless parts. Physicsless parts are usually tiny parts. Like these square trusses, those are physicsless. The antennas, those pieces are physicsless. I know that. The bigger stuff probably isn't, but I don't know for sure. I don't know what isn't physicsless this time around. I know that the RCS, all three of those things, those are physicsless parts. So if you have a vehicle that's croaking, that's screwing up, these pieces might have something to do with it. But the interesting thing is that certain physicsless parts seem to be causing problems right now. That one is the biggest culprit. The micronode, that thing causes problems. So does the Micro 4. And guess what? You guys want to hear a kicker? My lander had the Micro 4 strut on it. And that's why I think it had such a problem. And I had the STX-S1. The lander had had those two parts right there, and these parts are known bug creators, I should say. So, that's just some food for thought, I suppose. Yeah, it's really interesting to find out what physicsless parts are, which parts are physicsless and which parts aren't. Quick and dirty solution would be that no parts are physicsless. Yeah, so you'd bog the simulation down even more. Physicsless parts are going to need to be they're going to need to be a thing later, Aqualex, especially if we have a huge, like, colony ship going to Deb or something. I don't know if that's the wisest decision, right? Like, I have complete faith in Nate, Nertea, and the entire dev team. Nova, I do too, and that's good. That's good. That's good that you do. The reason why I do is because I know them, and we kind of got to talk face to face about things. That's why I have so much faith in the game right now. Honestly, that's kind of the big one. I know them, and I've met these guys, and I know guys and gals. I know that they give a frick, and that's what I've been saying since the start. I know they care, and that's my biggest one. They care, and it's not just the dev team. Private division, those guys give a frick too. They really all know that Kerbal, that developing a game like this requires a great deal of care and compassion, and I really do appreciate it. Yeah, that's the reason why I've been so gung-ho about treating this like Kerbal 1, because that's basically it. It's basically the same thing, dude. Trying to take Kerbal to that next level, you know? So let's do it. I saw this vehicle sagged on these struts here, so... Developing software is hard. Damn right, more shots. Developing simulation software is very, very difficult. Muy difícil. Gotta put some holder struts on there so this thing doesn't sag when we go to take off. Seeing Nate's face in that Shadow Zone interview gives me faith. Was that Shadow Zone interview the one that he did in Amsterdam? Or no, Shadow Zone actually didn't... Oh, he didn't get to go to Amsterdam. That's probably why he got the interview, dude. Yeah, he wasn't there. He had some family stuff to do. So trust me, dudes. I think this game is going to be insane when it starts. It's like Cities, dude. Cities was pretty buggy. Well, not pretty buggy when it came out. It was pretty basic when it came out. But look what that game grew into. Alright, so... we need to get the transfer vehicle, the second part of the transfer vehicle, the stage section, and then we need to launch that. Where's the transfer vehicle? It's EV1. Merge. Why did it make that the root part? Oh, no. I don't like what Merge just did. It just made the transfer vehicle. I don't like that. It just made the transfer vehicle the root part of that subassembly. I don't like that at all. So what I'm gonna do, click the subassembly button when you hover over the booster. The subassembly button? Yeah, true, but that wasn't working. Rerouting to the booster wasn't doing it. So what we'll do is tried and tested. Ready? Take this whole damn thing, copy it, load up the other file, worst rocket, and paste it. Now it should not come in as a root part, but copying does delete struts, so we do have to be careful of that. Yeah, see? Now we can disable the fairing. Go in here like that, dump that thing, dump the engine section because we already have it, and now we can take the center section, right? We can attach the center section now. There we go. And now we'll run a set of struts from there up to the truss segment like that on one side, on another side, and then on the last side here. Perfect. Okay, cool. Right click here, re-enable that fairing, and we roll. We can leave the hab section there if we want. Save the vehicle. Worst rocket. Worst rocket is saved. Did you see the announcement? Yeah, I did, Nordic. Can you just copy a subassembly? Of course you can. Actually, you reminded me. I have to go in here and we have to run some struts. Kerbal struts drive me nuts. Remember that. Now that's the drop tank right there. And if it's one thing that I learned from doing the past missions, we need more monopropellant tanks up here. We ran out of monopropellant on all of our stuff before we even got close to rendezvousing. So I'm going to give this thing more monopropellant. And then, yeah, that should be good. We have a rotate and a translate thruster. Everything's good. Take the fairing. Fairing re-enabled. Save. Yeah, Calidor, absolutely. Let's roll. Biggest thing for me is that there's so many weird bugs. When things go wrong, you have to question it to the game, or if you did something wrong. I actually like that, Fluffy. That's my favorite part. Figuring it out. Did I screw something up, or was it the game? I think there's a good majority of people out there that are blaming the game because they don't know how to put a rocket together. But the flip side of that is that I bet you there's a lot of really experienced Kerbal players out there, right? There's a lot of really experienced Kerbal players out there that are experiencing bugs. Like that. Yeah, rutted the vehicle right on the pad. Interdasting. That's awesome. Static fire test confirmed. Oh, parts are falling off. What the hell fell off? Oh! What the frick? What is that piece right there? That was awesome. So I can't switch vehicles, right? Let's go to the... not the training center, the tracking station. What the hell happened there? Destroy. Default name. Control. Huh. I don't think that was my build technique. That was probably this. It was probably the game that time. But we won't know until we check. Let's see. We'll see. Okay, so I guess the first thing that we should try, I deleted that subassembly. The first thing we should try to see is if this is repeatable. Let's take the fairing and make sure that, okay, that's the fairing for the transfer vehicle. That fairing doesn't really do anything. And we'll put the fairing below the payload deployment mechanism, right? We don't want to deploy the payload when we set the boosters. All right, let's try this. Yeah, making a shortcut will usually fix it, Vagabond. Yeah, not fix it. It'll make sure you don't have that. Huh. All right, hang on. Let's try something. It's definitely doing that same thing. Yeah. We're getting a phantom force from something. Great explosion, though. Oof. Awesome. Hang on. Suggested on the Intercept forums, 95. It's a strut, Aqualux. It's a strut to hold that whole sub-assembly together. I don't think that's the root of the problem, though. Let's try this. I don't think that's necessarily our root problem. So, if I have to guess, it might be coming from our payload, dude. So, let me put just a hydrogen tank in there. Let's see what that does. Watch this. You're gonna love my struts. Nice. Yeah, that's definitely something weird with that craft file. The weird thing is that we just use that to launch something into space. That's the strange part. Okay, so the struts that I just added were on the launch clamps. I just added these to try and make sure that the vehicle wouldn't sag on the pad. So, let's just get rid of them. See what happens. No more Phantom Force. Let's just stage, see what happens. Fire the missiles! SLS core stage landing when? Right now. Investors, maybe you! Prestige worldwide. Well, hey, we landed it. We just didn't land it in one piece. All right, so the Phantom Force in that particular case seems to be caused from strutting to the launch clamps. That's what's going on there. I like how there was zero delay on the explosion. It certainly handles the breakup of a vehicle a little bit better, huh? Let me think. So let's go back to this saved version. That's the one that has tube in it. All right. So this one has the payload in there. It doesn't save fairing state. Ah, crap. All right. We don't want that one because that's not going to work how we think it's going to work. Let's go over here. Add time again. Okay. You want it. You got it. This one didn't have fairing state enabled either. Crap. I got to get a version of this rocket that has the fairing. Try that one. Uncle Owen, what about that one? Nope. That one doesn't have it either. That one has the fairing in the thumbnail. Ah, crap. Gotta remake it. Alright, well, we'll do that. Nice. Yeah, that fairing probably looks better anyway. Alright, so save that. Now what we'll do is we will disable the fairing for a second. And we're going to dump the transfer stage, right? And then re-enable the fairing and save. Now we got the empty rocket. Alright, cool. Hey, Sim. What's going on? Okay, so now let's isolate. Let's put that payload back on there. The MTV payload, we'll put it back on there. We'll merge the craft files, put it back on, and we'll see if that causes a problem. So I'm literally just going to separate that, take this, copy it, right? How goes the KSP? How goes the KSPing? It's an uphill battle. Uphill battle today, bud. Putting another transfer vehicle together because I want to do an Eve flyby. It's very interesting. Scratch the flyby. We need a full Eve landing mission. Well, that's going to take me some time to engineer that firework. Oh, somebody asked what happened to Space News. I've been just into Kerbal lately, T-Man. You actually linking that reminded me. Yeah, I got a sub coming in. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't been doing much Space News, guys, because I've just into playing the game, dude. Yeah, supposedly a Starship test is on the horizon, guys. Supposedly. I've been hearing whispers from people. If NASA was to build this, would they launch the fuel tanks empty and then redock it? Well, per Constellation, Zonic, no. No, they would have fueled right on the pad, dude. Yeah. I think. At least that looked like that was the plan. That's why these tanks are so insulated with the foil. Because they wanted to prevent the boil off. That's cool on fun, yeah. I'm trying to figure out why it's deleting the fairing, but that's okay. It's fine, we can just make another one. Oop, nope. Gotta go a little bit wider. There we go. There we go. Alright, so now let's go back to 2 and let's see what this does. The ISO views are really cool. It's not supposed to be a cargo bay, damn it. Why was the cargo bay open? Did I set it to do that? I don't think I did. You don't mind the new fairing? I just hope that next time we load up this damn crap file, Doom, it doesn't break it, you know? But we'll figure it out. Alright, let's see. Yep, working fine. Okay. Okay, roll program is complete. Vehicle's now pitching downrange. Hippie, we should be getting one sooner rather than later, dude. T-grip should work, microwave, yeah. We're losing it. Lost it. Going too fast. That was entirely me, guys. That was not the game. That was me. Yeah. Crap. Lock the doors, flight. Lock the doors. I pitched over too early. We needed to go up more. We should have started pitching over up here. You know what? When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Let's try to land it. SLS core stage landing. Let's do this. I freaking wish. It's never gonna happen. It depends, Fish. You got a lot of variable conditions. There's a lot of dynamic conditions, like on an ascent, especially with a planet with an atmosphere, that play into this kind of stuff, dude. Yeah, we wish we could do this with an RS-25. Oh yeah, protecting? That's good. Why am I in shorts on Facebook? I don't get it. Nothing can ever be simple. It's rocket science, man. It's never going to be. Oh no! We got the engines back though, all that counts. The engines are intact. That's the most important part. I wish we could take the shuttle engines and make them deep throttle and air start capability. Oh, well, we got Raptors, dude. There's no point. So that was me pitching over too much, dudes. After they slammed into the ground, turbine machinery would be intact. That's really all that matters. Tiffany was playing out at the poolside. Did anyone see her? Oh. Got to put some landing legs on it. How silly would an SLS core actually look with landing legs? I don't know why it's open the cargo bay. I must have misclicked. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this works. Worst rocket works just fine. Now I'm interested. Okay, so what I want to do is open up the MLV craft file. Hey, Nemesis, what do you build? Everything. Everything. What I want to do is go in here and test something out. All right, so let's just put this vehicle out, Launchpad 2. I want to check something, okay? So, all right, that works. Okay, I'm controlling the vehicle. Everything's looking good. All right, cool. Why did KSP-1 in the past while accidentally crashing the rocket into Kerbal with high speed? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Ando, are you here, buddy? I don't mean to call out someone that's lurking. Where are we going after your tests are complete? Why did the KSP-1 crash on me in the past while accidentally crashing rocket into Kerbal at high speed? I don't know. That could be 1,000 things. Bub, don't you dare. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Don't do this to me. All right. So we have a strut from landing clamp to that. Let's see if that breaks it. It does. Confirmed. No matter what the vehicle. All right. Well, we found one. Damn it, chat. Oh, boy. Okay. I'm gonna start making a list. I think it's time to get the notebook out. This is the same notebook that we used to write down the Kraken Arm numerical values. So let's just do KSP to bug list. Strutting from launch clamp to vehicle causes RUD, rapid unplanned disassembly at liftoff. Liftoff doesn't have another T in it. Okay, I'm just gonna keep a list, and that is repeatable. I'm just gonna write was a serious question. I had you on in the background, but wasn't really paying attention to the stream. Yeah, no, Saz, I saw your question, and I know it was a legit question. I just have no idea what you were saying. Your question didn't make any sense. Oh, where are we going after your tests are complete? Oh, sorry. No, it did. I just misread it. My fault. I wanted to do an Eve mission, but I'm kind of more doing troubleshooting, dude. I'm having some trouble putting the mission together. So what I'm really trying to do, guys, and this is why I called this stream Building More Rockets and Figuring Out What Makes KSP Tick. I'm trying to find a good build meta. And I'm trying to figure out a way to put vehicles together that makes that Kerbal 2 understands correctly. Basically, I'm trying to figure out the hierarchy problems in KSP. So what I'm doing is I'm writing down a bug list here while we're doing this. Mods, you let him ask the question. It's just funny copy pasta, that's all. And Marcel, don't take it too seriously, dude. It's just, that's a Twitch thing, dude. So now what I want to do, just as an additional weird test, I'm gonna run a strut from the vehicle to the clamp and see if we have a different result. Yeah, Alexis. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Okay. Well, that's a weird one. I'm gonna write that down. Strutting from vehicle to clamp works. Strutting from launch pad to vehicle causes rudder liftoff. Strutting from vehicle to clamp works. And strutting from launch pad to vehicle causes rudder liftoff. That's repeatable. Cool. Yeah, that's interesting right there. See, I'm not sure if this has something to do with the launch part. Like, is that what's causing the problem? Or is it something with the hierarchy, right? That's a very interesting thing. See, I'm not sure, dudes. Interesting. That's a weird one. Let's try 4 struts out like that from vehicle to strut and see if that fixes it. All right. Ready? Yep, still in full control. The turbo pump exhaust is so sick, dude. That's awesome. Okay. Okay, cool. So that one... I gotta check some things, dude. Yeah, OG, medicated. Guys, the part action windows is actually one of the things we talked about. We talked to them about in Amsterdam. So that was one thing that we all noticed. I actually don't mind having an entire part menu like this. That's super useful if you're going to refuel and stuff, right? Like a resource manager and a part manager and stuff. I don't mind having the entire thing. But on the other hand, I don't think that's a substitute for a part action menu. Like if I right click on the payload bay, I just want to open up the payload bay, especially if we have like a 500 part vehicle, it's going to lag the game. It's not going to substitute one, you know, just open up the part action window and right clicking, right? I like the part menu, but I also want our part action windows back. This is useful. I like this. But I also like the way the KSP1 does it. If we had both of those things, it would be great. I concur, Doctor. Both should exist in the game. And honestly, fellas, that's exactly what we talked about. I said that right to Nate. And he's like, oh, all right, cool. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, cats. Hey, Pierto. What's up, Doctor? All right, so now, why would this do this? Why would it break if we strutted from lander clamp, from the clamp, back to this? Let's isolate. Is it because of the clamp? Or is it because of the vehicle? Is it hierarchy or is it the clamp? Let's figure this out. So I'm going to do basically what every Kerbal player right now would know not to do, right? We're going to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to put the micro node struts in 4x symmetry. This is like a cardinal sin for playing KSP right now. You don't do this. So I'm going to take this, we're going to move that up a little ways just so these things are what's touching the ground. And now, what I'm trying to isolate here, is if the launch clamp is the problem. If we have the same problems here, that probably suggests that the launch clamp isn't the problem. If the launch clamp is physics-less, then we might have an issue. So now, let's go out and let's launch this and we'll see if this breaks. Let's see if it blows up on staging. Ready? It didn't blow up. we're just gonna crash. Why is it bad to do? Because there's problems with those physics-less parts that, yeah, those physics-less parts like breaking things. We're not exactly sure why. So that did work, all right? That did work. So it's not, it's the launch clamps themselves, right? All right, so let's dump that. We'll go back to using the clamps, right? The clamps. Move the engine back down into position. Now let's do this way. One clamp with one strut attached to it that struts to vehicle like this. See if that breaks things. Give him the clamps! Yep. Okay, that has to do with the clamp itself. I was wondering, Mutter, if it has to do with symmetry, and I was wondering if it has something to do with the clamp being physicsless. So we ruled out physicsless parts completely. It has something to do with the clamp. It does not like that. I wanted to make sure that the clamp symmetry wasn't causing that problem. It's definitely not sim. It's attaching the clamp to this thing. Now, the next thing that I'm going to test is, does it break attaching any particular part to the clamp? Right? What if we attach a battery to the clamp? What happens? Let's see. Does it still break? Is it any part, or is it just the strut? It's the strut. Yep. All right. I have full control over that vehicle. Checks, how about a cubic to the clamp? I don't think a physicsless... Well, I mean, we could test a physicsless part on the clamp, sure. But now, the next thing that I want to test, I want to do something a little bit different. Now it's obviously the strut. So, Mutter, I think you're right. I think it's not... I think the game is taking a dump because it doesn't understand that the strut's supposed to detach, right? So now, let's do a little logic here. Let's put a decoupler on there, right? And then strut from the decoupler to the vehicle, right? And if I set the decoupler into the same stage, right? This should work. Right? That should work. We're manually forcing the strut to detach. Now let's see what happens to that strut. I guarantee you we might take the strut with us. So there you go. We isolated that problem and we took the strut with us. But we didn't take the whole strut. That detached correctly. So that tells me that the problem here is strut on decouple. Boom. We isolated a bug right there. So this is strut decoupling. Strut decoupling during launch or during clamp separation. So our temporary solution would be if your vehicle needs more structure and you want to hold it down with launch clamps, put a decoupler on there. There you go. We isolated a bug. Bingo. This is how you bug fix. It's the same exact process as troubleshooting a vehicle in KSP, if you know the game works. You could see what happens when one of many clamps disconnected while strutting. Well, this is the absolute bare minimum, human. This is the absolute reduction of that whole thing. We already isolated that it's not a symmetry bug. It is the strut not separating. Literally, your vehicle runs because it's probably because there's a different type of logic for the launch clamp than there is for the decoupler, right? It's probably because there's a different type of logic here. This is using a slightly different decoupling. It has slightly different decoupling code because it's probably bolted to the ground, if I had to guess. and it's not using a regular, it's not using the regular decouplers code, which was the case for the launch clamps in KSP1. They don't work like the decouplers do. This has a separate bit of separation code in it, and the strut doesn't understand that. What if you put the decoupler on the ship? Okay, we could try that. Sure. All right, so what do you want me to do? Do you want to go, well, we know that vehicle down to the clamp doesn't cause a problem. So we're going to have to go clamp right to vehicle, right? Like that. Clamp to vehicle to decoupler. We'll see what that does. Yeah. All right, let's see what this does, dude. All right, hit it. Oh, interesting. That, dude, interesting. That breaks it. Strange, yeah. So it's only if you have root part of the strut on the clamp. Root part of strut on clamp is going to break that. So that's interesting that it didn't understand that logic. So that means you would have to have the decoupler in the mainline hierarchy. So struts have, obviously, like KSP 1 and 2, struts have strut A, which is what you first attach to, and strut B, okay? So if we go A to B, right, then it doesn't understand it. If we go A over here to B down there, then it understands. But it doesn't understand to decouple that strut unless we manually force the logic. So we would need decoupler, right? Then we would need A and then B on the vehicle. That's the way to get it to work. And see, that's cool because now we found a build meta. Now we found a build meta that works. This works every time. So now you can get around having your vehicle wobble around on the pad like a freaking sausage, you know? That's cool. That's a cool problem. Now we know a game building meta that gets around this problem. So if anybody encounters this problem, I can tell them what to do and it fixes it, right? So I think we've successfully isolated that bug. That's a bug report that I'll send off to the devs and we'll go from there. I can't wait for you to get into more advanced designs. You've struggled making an F-22. FEX, that doesn't look too bad though, buddy. Yeah, clickbait, exactly. You want your vehicle to hold. So how I'm kind of classifying this is the strut has two parts, right? You have a connector here and a connector there. I call the first connector that you place down A and the second connector B. Always strut A to your vehicle. A always goes to vehicle. You could strut A on the launch clamp first, right? And then go B to vehicle. So A on the clamp with a decoupler, that does work. I'd actually kind of prefer to do something like this, dude. But you can always go A to vehicle, B to clamp. That'll absolutely work. But you don't want to go strut A on clamp to vehicle with B. That's bad. That'll break it. You have to put a decoupler here. Now, the reason why I would want to do it this way, dude, is because you're not lugging those extra parts up into space. If you separate this, that strut B gets deleted if it registers strut A on a disconnect. This is just forcing the strut logic. But we know that there's problems with the strut logic on decouple with a launch clamp. Nulljourn, we're troubleshooting. We're troubleshooting. We're trying to fix bugs in the game. Yeah, so we're just figuring out some logic with KSP. That's it. So if you're a little bit confused, yeah, I'm trying to break the game intentionally and see what makes the game tick. That'll help us. So, like, I know what people are going to say. Well, what about the Eve mission, EJ? Well, if we sit here and we troubleshoot for a little while, I can figure out what's going to work and what isn't going to work. And then it'll be easier when we try to go to Eve. Strutting two clamps together also ruds the vehicle. Really? Oh, that's a strange one, Drawdeck. Let me test it. Let me just make sure that's repeatable. Because you're obviously using a different vehicle than me, right? So you're telling me this is going to make the thing go bananas? We need part action windows, Aqualex, as a context menu. Takes up significant street relative. Yeah, I like part action windows, but having the part manager and seeing the all the parts on the vehicle that's good. That is a good functionality to have. I think the good solution here would be to have both of them. All right, so drawer deck. Let's see what this does. Let's see if she croaks. I just want to see if it's repeatable. I believe you. I really do think that this is going to happen because it's strut on decouple. So there's a flag. There's a piece of code that's built into the struts to tell them to decouple A from B if it finds a break in the hierarchy. But it obviously doesn't do that with launch clamps. See? See, like that one, this is an easy bug to fix. Easy to fix. That's a real simple one. That's good. But it's good that we've isolated it. See, we have that isolated. That's good. And the best part about that is we found a way around that problem. We can force the logic on the struts by attaching decoupler strut A to launch clamp, right? Then B to the vehicle. That'll work. It'll work every time, and it'll get you your desired result. So watch this. Let's try it again, just to see. Right? Let's just do one strut, and let's do one to the other, right? Just like that. Let's see what that does. So, quick question. Any thoughts going into this week's launch of Terran 1? Not really. I think it'll work. And even if it doesn't, Vulcan, Relativity could tee up another rocket really quickly. The only reason this one's taken so long to launch is because they're using it for qual. Alright, ready? Send it. See? There you go. Isolated bug. Done. Easy peasy. Dunskies. I'm just writing down what I just said. It's strut decouple on launch clamp separation. That is what causes the problem. So that's a part with the strut. Hey Vasia, 48 months. Has it already been 4 years? Dude, that's crazy. You're writing dune skis? Yes. Yeah. Dune skis. Now, where's my grilled cheese sandwich? All right, cool. That's one bug isolated. Cool. Sorry, can you run that bug back one more time? What exactly is it? All right, last time, Jigs. So, your vehicle bounces around, right? And vehicle bounces around on the pad. This is a problem that happens in KSP1 all the time. The launch clamps aren't really that structural. They don't serve as a good structural piece, per se, right? So, oftentimes what you do in KSP1 is this. You strut your vehicle. Like that. The clamp to the vehicle. Done, right? This breaks your rocket off on liftoff. The whole rocket will just destroy itself. Obviously, you don't want that. Or actually, it won't destroy itself. It'll detect a RUD. It'll think your vehicle exploded. So, struts work like this. You have two components to the strut. You have first attachment point, second attachment point. Your first attachment point is attachment point A. Your second attachment point is attachment point B for this example, right? So, we found that if you take the strut and you strut attachment point A from clamp to attachment point B, vehicle, like that, this breaks it. That breaks the game. However, if you take if you strut attachment point A to vehicle, right? And then attachment point B to clamp, this doesn't break. That's why I'm designating attachment A and attachment B, because and anytime you attach strut part A to a clamp, it blows up. That's confirmed. Now, why? Why would it do that? Well, what we found is that if you manually force strut A to decouple with a decoupler, right? So this is decoupler on launch clamp to strut A to attachment B on vehicle, like that, right? That works. Now that works. This logic right here, this kind of logic gate, I guess, that we did right here tells me that there's a part with the strut here. There's a piece of code missing from the struts, kind of. I don't know what part of the code it would be. There's a piece of code here missing from the struts kind of like configuration to tell it to decouple with a launch clamp. That tells me that the launch clamp is using a different type of decoupling script than a regular decoupler, right? Which makes sense. The code that governs this thing would be different than the decoupler. Why? Well, that's not designed to go with you. That is, right? There you go. So the solution is to do that, or just strut from the core stage of your vehicle down to the clamp first. Strut A to vehicle, B to clamp, or launch clamp, decoupler, A to decoupler, B to vehicle. That's the way to fix that problem. And we've isolated a bug. Done. That's how you go about isolating stuff. It's just like troubleshooting a vehicle in Kerbal. See, guys, this is fun. I enjoy this. I like figuring this out. Now I know if we go to make a heavy vehicle, I know how to run the struts. And now we'll be able to launch way heavier vehicles than everybody else. See what I mean? That all feeds into this. Can you attach A to clamp and have no B? Oh, I'm not 100% sure. Blue, I think if you attach A, no matter what, if strut A is attached to decoupler, it's going to break it. So what I could do is just put like a I-beam right here, right? And then we could go strut A to clamp, B to I-beam, and that's still going to break the game. Now, fix interplanetary trajectories. Well, when we get to that point, I'll figure out a way to fix it. I'm sure there's a way around it. So watch, ready? I'm just going to skip the countdown. This should break right now. It didn't break. Oh, interesting. The plot thickens, man. Yep, I have control of the vehicle. Yep. Now, why would it break strutting strut A to launch clamp, B to launch clamp? Why would that break it? And why would this not break it? Maybe it's because there's no decoupling action here happening in the tree. Right? That strut will just stay there. It'll just stay. Right? Okay, I got another idea. Let's really play with this. Let's strut A to I-beam, right? B to vehicle like that. And let's see if it breaks. Yes, Arrow, we could try that after, yeah. Ready? Skip countdown, send it. Breaks instantly. Okay. A and B from clamp to clamp also does break the game. Yeah, Jarodek figured that one out, a viewer in chat. So now we know. Now we know that causes a problem. So that one breaks. No matter how far you are down in the hierarchy, it still breaks it. I could make 1,000 panels here, and if the 999th is strutted to vehicle, it'll still explode. We know that. This is not... That's just a continuation of hierarchy, though, which is why I don't think this is causing a problem. That strut will just stay there when we go to launch, right? It's just going to stay there. It's not going to do anything. Now switch ship to I-beam. Ship to I-beam shouldn't break, Shex, right? Like that, if we do this to that, that's not going to break. This should work. So this is A, the attachment A ship, attachment B to I-beam. Ready? Works. Yep, that works. Don't tip over. Oh, nailed it. Still counts. Still counts. Still counts. Still counts. Now try the same with a docking port instead of launch clamps to see when it's separate one into two entities. You want to try docking ports? Ooh. Docking port on decouple. So Crow, what are we talking about here? We want to do something like this. Try with the beam on a different clamp because that is 1 degree off what you tested. All right. Yeah, let's try Saro's idea first. So Saro, we're talking about put a beam on this, and then we're gonna go strut A, launch clamp, strut B to I-beam attached to other launch clamp. Right? This is what we're talking about here. Yeah, medicated. There's some gnarly symmetry struts. There's some the hell? There's some gnarly symmetry problems with the struts right now. Yeah, the struts are strut B always is having trouble interpolating symmetry, which is weird. All right, Sarah, let's see what this does. Yeah, Crow, I think so. But that's if there's no logic to govern the strut to decouple on vehicle separation, it should break right here. We didn't separate any vehicle there, Saro, right? So it doesn't matter. Right? There's no break in the strut chain. That's interesting, dude. Wait, that broke for you? Really? This broke. My band will be called Strut Chain? Nice. Drawer deck, this broke. Strut A clamp, strut B to I-beam attached to clamp. Interesting. That's a strange one, dude. This is yeah, okay, that's weird. This logic has been mostly consistent, and it points to strut A, the logic for strut A, the code not being governed correctly because of decoupling here. But I had 4x sim, one doesn't break. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's try that then. Let's just see if we can duplicate it. So now you want me to go clamp A to clamp B to the next I-beam over, right? Like that? All right, let's see what that does. Also, rapid prototyping in KSP2 is really cool. Think about how long it takes to load a vehicle in KSP1. We can just rapidly prototype. Interesting. Interdasting. That's a weird one. Now, why? Well, Aqualex, that's why one of the first things that I tested was isolating it to a single symmetry, dude. That I had a feeling symmetry might be a problem, but symmetry seems to also have an issue here. That means in hierarchical symmetry, we're the game's carrying some weird type of logic, right? Which does make sense considering that's how the game reads 3x symmetry on a 4x sim part. If we do 4x symmetry on a 4x part, then it reads correctly. But we could do 6x symmetry on a 4x part and it makes 24 it makes 24 beams. Interesting, right? Well, at least I think it does. How many here? So how many are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And are there any, hold on, are there any beams inside of here? There is. There's 4 beams inside of the rocket right now. Yep, see them right there? There they are. Yep, the last 6 are inside. So yeah, it's interesting. If you do 6, but that's, yeah, okay. So how many do we have here? Yeah, that's 24. That's 24 clamps. Interesting. Because it's trying to do 6x symmetry around each 4x clamp. If I do this, it'll make more sense. Ready? See? So 6, 12, 24. Yep. It's multiplying symmetry there. So that means if I do 8 times 4 is 32. Yep. There you go. What's interesting is that it's averaging origin point, which is weird. That's a strange one. It seems to average origin point between the separation point here and then the vehicle, right? Like center of the vehicle, center of this. It's averaging it in between. Snowflakes building simulator. Yeah, right? Well, there you go. Does that happen with these decouplers? Yep, it happens with every part. Okay, cool. Stacking symmetry multiplies it, which is interesting. So, like, if this was KSP1, first of all, it would force 4 times symmetry like that. It would force it if I radial attached to this. So if I had us set to 8x symmetry and then attached here, it would force it to 4. It forces radial. I'm going to go ahead and guess that KSP1 does that to avoid that from happening. It probably doesn't want to do that. With that being said, that can be abused and you can make some pretty cool stuff with that if you had a need to. Where's the attachment node on the clamp? Oh, it's going to origin point on the attachment of attached object. Interesting. All right, so let's do something dumb then. So this is kind of working a different bug a little ways. Let's do 4x here, and now let's do 8x here, and let's see if it does it. Let's see if it understands it right. It does. See, now I'm not sure if that's so much a bug, but actually intended. Honestly, the game being able to understand multiple tiers of symmetry like that is actually a pretty useful feature. That's actually super useful, if not a little confusing, right? Now, in Kerbal, you could not stack 8x on top of 4x. The game would have an aneurysm if you tried to do that. The way to do this in KSP would be to make one of these, put 8x symmetry around it, and then take the I-beam, and then attach the I-beam in 4x sim. And then The thing is if you tried to move this after it, the game would try to force 4x symmetry on 8x, and half of the panels would delete themselves or clip into each other. The fact that the editor can do that right there, double stack symmetry logic, is actually that's pretty good, man. Like, somebody asked me, like, what's, you know, actually, somebody asked me a little bit earlier in the stream, like, why would they use this editor? What's the benefit of this editor over KSP1? Well, that right there, that has a lot to do with it. That's really hard logic to code like that. KSP1 didn't do this. KSP1 would have croaked by now. The editor would have taken a complete dump. Can it go 3 levels deep? Let's see. Let's see how far you can go with breaking the logic on this thing. So I'm going to do 1 times symmetry here. Actually, we'll do 4 times. It forced 8x symmetry there. It forced it. So if we do 1 time symmetry, right? And then let's find a way to break this thing. Right? Lock that into 8 times sim, right? And let's see if we can go 4x off of this thing. Oh dear. Nope. It did not like that. Yep. Nope. It really didn't like that. Yeah. I can't even gizmo an object. That thing is so broken. Wow. Ooh, okay. No, I tried. That was a radial attach the second time around, Aqualux. See? Watch. Forcing. Oh. So we're creating exponential symmetry here, which the game really, really doesn't like. So, an interesting one here is to note that, check this out, look, see those panels? 4 of them came in completely screwed up. 4 of them did not. That's interesting. The 4 that came in screwed up basically reset rotation. They're inheriting a transform somewhere that the game doesn't like. If I had to guess, this is a big guess, but I do know pretty good amounts of hierarchy and relationship of parts in terms of 3D space and transforms. I'm guessing that 4 of these panels inherited some data from the original 4x symmetry, if I had to guess. So, for instance, if we took this and we set 4x sim, hang on, let me make one. Ready? Or not mirror, just a singular one. And then we did 4x symmetry, 4 and 4 like that, right? And then did this, and then copied this piece, right? And we tried to attach it, the panels should come in correctly. See? Now, if we do the same thing, right? If we do the same thing and we bring it out to 8x sim, right? We bring it out to 8x symmetry. This, and now if I go to attach this, this should still work. Yep, still works. Now, if I copy this piece and try to put this into 8x symmetry, 4 of the panels should break. Like what happened before. What the balls? Yeah, that's the one I want right there. It didn't inherit the transform information that time. It worked. What the frick? That's weird. Yeah, drawer deck, I must have missed a step because that actually works. And I just want to point out, the fact that it understands this is pretty good. Now, if this works correctly and the editor is correctly understanding this, this should just move one panel off of every single one. I'm just going to move it. Yep. See? It does not understand what the frick's going on anymore. Stacking different types of radial symmetry on top of each other does that. Yeah, see? See what I mean? This is why in KSP1, if you were ever wondering, why it would force 4x radial if you had 4x radial symmetry. And why, if you had parts that were in 8x sim stacked on 4x sim, if you went to move them like this, the game would force 4 times symmetry. Because it's pretty much because stacking sim nodes on sim nodes in KSP1 or 2 really doesn't like it. In KSP1, they just prevented you from doing it. This is rewritten, Force. This is not behaving like KSP1's editor. This is the editor's been rewritten from the ground up. Most of the code has. I can tell just because strut on decouple with docking clamps doesn't work. Why would they delete that? Yeah, Theix, it looks like it inherits a transform somewhere. So, like, for instance, if we held that over that and then tried to attach the thing, let's see if it screws up 4 of the nodes. It screwed up more than 4. Yep. Okay, well, that's what causes that. It might be something about the new hierarchy code and how it interprets the design of closed rings. This is trying to stack... Okay, these are what's called transform problems, guys. Transform problems, basically, the game logic starts to get confused, plural, or past tense, not plural. The game logic starts to get confused because you have an 8x sim you have 8x on 4x symmetry, and then if you try to do 8x symmetry coupled on 4x symmetry, that's when the thing starts to freak out. However, if we just take this straight up and make sure that it doesn't do that and attach to anything, and if we just kind of hold this out here and then attach that, it understands the logic just fine. It starts to freak out when we attach a part with 8x sim on a 4x sim part, and see, it scrambled it. It scrambled part of the transform because it doesn't understand why those panels are there. Because it's trying to force 4 times sim, I think. I think that's what's going on. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, medicated, exactly. That right there is a hard problem to solve. Have you seen this yet? Yeah, probably about 40 or 50 times already today, Dish. It's been linked. Yeah, I'm, well, as if I didn't have other things to do, you know, like, oh man, this year's gonna get crazy, man. Yeah, okay, so good troubleshooting and testing here. The double symmetry logic bug I don't think is something that can be necessarily isolated because it has to do with part on part. It's such an isolated case scenario that I don't think that's even a bug. I think that's just the end of the logic for the editor, dude. You're trying to ask too much out of KSP's editor doing something like that. That's just a theory, though. Could be that, Fish. Yeah, that one right there is not a glitch. That's just you're getting to the end of the editor. The editor has trouble understanding all that. KSP1's editor would have taken a dump a long time ago. You know, even doing something like this, 4x on 8x sim, the fact that you can do this right there, you can double over the logic like that, and this right here works, is pretty damn impressive. But, so we have another tier of freedom in terms of what the editor can and can't do, right? But, yeah, the game starts to get very confused when you do stuff like that. If you stack sim on sim on sim, especially with different nodes. Why doesn't it just remove symmetry on the subassembly and have each part committed? I mean, JSpeed, I don't look at it so what are you trying to do, right? You don't look at it as why, you look at it what it's doing, right? What is it doing? Well, that means you need a garbage collection script in there to delete the transform on the object. So if a user has an object like that and they attach it on and then they change their mind and they try to put it in symmetry again, that'll break it. That's what I mean about getting to the logical ends of the editor. Even if you had some kind of garbage collection script in there to delete that symmetry transform, that would create another problem down the road, you know, because now I wouldn't be able to move everything in sim. So if you have boosters on boosters on boosters on boosters on boosters, and you had to delete the symmetry transform or take the symmetry transform out, then yeah, you would really have a problem. And that's what I mean. This is just the logical ends of the editor. It would be really, really difficult to do something to get it to understand what I'm asking it to do here. Like, way beyond the price of like way beyond a $50 price point to get it to understand something like that, you know? Now, I could check something. How about we take this subassembly, right? And what happens if oh, it won't let you... Oh, you can't reroute subassemblies. I'm gonna write that on. I'm just writing that down as a suggestion. To reroute a sub, you have to make it the active vessel first. I don't like that at all. So rerouting a subassembly like that is a way to delete the transform JSpeed. That's what gets around that in KSP1. So if I took this subassembly in KSP1 and I look, one of the panels actually screwed up. Wait a minute. Did it work? Yeah, I mean, Tesla, that's the other thing, dude. Yeah, could it remove the symmetry node? Yeah, the old way in KSP1 to get around that would for me to take this subassembly and switch that panel to reroute. Switching that panel to root part and then switching it back to the I-beam will delete a symmetry node in KSP1. It'll get rid of it. And then the game can understand double sim a lot better because these parts aren't in symmetry. That's why reroute subassembly is something that I really want. And now I know what people are going to say. Oh, just go here and hit 3 and reroute to the panel. You just reverse the entire hierarchy of your rocket. I will guarantee you, guaranteed, that this vehicle will have problems from now on. Even if I reroute it back over there, I guarantee you this thing will break. Guaranteed. Now, because I flipped the flow of the hierarchy on the vehicle. This type of thing, flipping the hierarchy, so now the vehicle is reading bottom to top instead of top to bottom, even if I redid it, right? Even if we rerouted back up here, the symmetry is all screwed up inside of the vehicle. I mean, maybe not necessarily for this one because everything is fairly symmetrical and because I have it built. The way I hierarchically built this vehicle means that we don't have a lot of parts between an attachment point down here and the root part on the vehicle. But if your vehicle had like side boosters, right? And you went to reroute to this and then you rerouted up top, your side boosters aren't in 4x sim anymore, or at least they shouldn't be. So if I rerouted to this, it should have deleted the 4x symmetry node on the panels. Let's see if it does. Or on the launch clamps. Let's see if it does that. Is it still reading 4x sim here? It is. Oh, very interesting. In KSP1, it would have deleted that 4x symmetry node. So now, because we can't reroute subassemblies, there's no way to delete the symmetry node. That's why rerouting subassemblies is super important to me, at least. That's really useful for building because you can delete symmetry nodes. Oh, nice, Jacob. That's cool. That's a strange one, dudes. That's a very strange one. All right. Interesting to know. Chat is kind of slow today. Can we do last? No. I'm trying to get away from doing that, Theix. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm not going to lie to you. It really screws up my flow in the chat, just like the change hat commands did. I realize that it really does. Yeah, so just type it out again, dude. Still trying to get your attention on this. You can do what you want. You're not clicking the rocket to make it the active vessel. You don't have to place it on the other vessel. Make it active by clicking the little button. Where is the little button that you speak of? Oh, see, aces? Yeah, that's... Okay. All right. Let's see something here. Okay. That did it. Yep, that does it. Good to know. That actually is super handy. Thank you. Yeah, if you hit launch now, that'll be what's on the pad. All right, let's try this again. Let me see something then. Can we get a way to delete that symmetry node manually? All right, so let's take this, separate it, right? Make it the active vessel. 3, reroute to panel, right? And then reroute back to I-beam. And then make that our active. And then attach 4x sim on this, right? And now, moving this should just move one piece. It moves one piece on all four. So we deleted the symmetry transform. We deleted the 8x symmetry transform, but we did not delete the launch clamp symmetry. Okay, so it's still picking up on a transform that's further up in the hierarchy, which is the 4x sim, which is what this I-beam is in now. If I took this thing and we move this one, it's going to move all of them because it inherits the transform from this. But we did kill that 8x symmetry transform, which is cool. That's pretty neat. That is actually pretty good. You can delete stuff, and that makes it so you don't have to reroute to active vessel. I didn't know that part. I didn't know that was in the game. But so that's reroute subassemblies does work. I'm going to X that off of my list. In game already. Cool. What does the root button do to the rocket? So Tiago, you know when you, it has to do with how Kerbal reads symmetry, okay? So, you know when you go into a new craft file, you place your first file down like this, right? That's the root part. And if you select that root part, right, like this, select that root part like this, it'll move the entire vehicle. See? That is root, okay? So here's the thing. All right, take a look. So if this is our new vehicle that we're making, so we have fuselage, 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 fuselage. And now, say this is our rocket. Say we have 4 boosters attached to it, right? There's our dud rocket. Okay, cool. It's great. Good. If I go like this, set this as active vessel, and then hit 3, right? See how if I select the top fuselage where the green indicator is, it'll move the entire thing, right? If I hit 3 now and I select the panel, if I try to select up here, nope, 3. And then we go back into just regular placement mode, right? Now, that's not the root anymore. We moved the root down here. And you see what it did? See that? Deleted parts. It deleted the other 3. It deleted that symmetry node. The panel's in 4x symmetry. See? See what I'm saying? Don't reroute down the hierarchy like that. If you guys have ever had, and this isn't, so Tiago, this isn't necessarily for you. You guys ever had 2 vessels docked together in KSP and then they just blow up randomly? Well, that. You reverse the hierarchy on one and the game doesn't know what to do. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, Bruce. Yeah. Learning about root part and learning the editor controls is so important. That's why, like, my earliest feedback for KSP2 when we were in Amsterdam a month ago now, was they're like, "What do you think of the editor?" And I honestly said, "I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know the editor enough. 2 hours isn't enough to learn it. Learning the editor will help you make stuff. That's such a big deal when you play Kerbal. You know, that will help you figure out whether your rocket isn't working correctly or if you broke the damn game." That's right, Thorn. I don't know, Hip. We're pretty screwed with cities too and Kerbal too. I'm pretty screwed. I'm screwed. All right, cool. Well, that's a problem that we figured out. And we learned a lot about the editor now. See, doing these stupid exercises like this definitely helps. It helps a lot. It helps a ton. You know? All right. So essentially, you'd want your root part to be on top. Yeah, Tiago, how I like to explain it, dude, is like this. So, picture one of these circles here that I draw as a part, okay? And then a circle to another part like this is you attaching the piece, all right? You just snapping 2 parts together, okay? So, say we have our capsule, fuel tank, engine, decoupler, fuel tank, engine. So there's a decoupler right here, or there's a decoupler right there, right? You know, obviously, when you go to stage, it breaks that connection right there, right? So what I like to do in Kerbal is make sure there's not a lot of connections right here. There's not a lot of connections between where your root part is and then the end part in the hierarchy. I call it the Kevin Bacon rule. 6 degrees of separation. This is absolutely true in Kerbal 1, and it looks to be pretty damn true in Kerbal 2 as well. Your root part, for Kerbal to understand, you want your root part at the top of the rocket. That's just the way it understands it better. Doesn't matter if it's a plane, doesn't matter if it's a rocket. You'd always want your root to be towards the front. Now, the back end of the rocket here, right? That answers your question, but I'm going to take it a little bit further. The back end of the rocket, you always, the reason why I call it the Kevin Bacon rule is because the 6 degrees of separation with Kevin Bacon, like Kevin Bacon can be linked to any actor through less than 6 degrees, like literally anyone, because he's done so many different movies, right? 6 degrees of separation between the end part and your root part. You don't necessarily need 6 degrees, but you want as little amount of parts between these as possible. So what do we have? We have root part, fuel tank, engine, decoupler, fuel tank. So that's a fuel tank, that's a decoupler, that's an engine, and that's a fuel tank, right? See how I'm doing that? There are ways you can get around this. This is how I build in KSP. Watch this. Get rid of the engine. Just go fuel tank, right to decoupler. And then have your engine sitting off the side like that. Have your engine just attached somewhere else on the fuel tank. Now you have less connections between the end of your rocket and the root of your rocket. We eliminated a degree of separation there. This will make your vehicles stronger. And in the event that your hierarchy screws up, right? In the event, say you have a docking port right here. And you need to dock a vehicle to this, right? Say you do. And now you docked it, and the game inadvertently made that your root part. Does the hierarchy change? No. It's exactly the same. These connections all stay exactly the same. Okay? This doesn't change anything. Right? Now, say you have a part that's in 4x symmetry here, right? Just say we have another part back here. That's not the end anymore, right? And then we have a part in 4 times symmetry here. So it's picking up on the 4x symmetry node. And then say I have a docking port attached to this right here. Doc has a C in it, idiot. Right? Now, Tiago, now what happens? Did we change the hierarchy if we dock something here? And that becomes root part? Because sometimes the parts that you attach together will become your root part. It's like hitting 3 in the editor. Did we change the hierarchy? We absolutely changed it. First of all, we deleted that 4x symmetry node. And now the hierarchy is the same, right? But now you're going to get a different result. Here, these aren't in 4x symmetry. You absolutely changed the hierarchy there. See what I'm talking about? Degrees of separation. Because we added another step right here, and then we put a docking port on the end, that's going to bug the editor out. And not only is it going to bug the editor out, it'll bug your ship out when you go to dock, which is why I think the game, we just showed that the editor doesn't understand that very well in KSP2. We showed that. We showed that it doesn't like it. So my guess is people are having a lot of problems with docking ports because it's doing stuff like that and the game doesn't know what to do. The game doesn't know how to handle it. See what I mean? So now I'm wondering how much of the problems that people are having with their rockets, how much is it actual bugs in the game versus just a bad hierarchical design? Now, here's the thing. Just because not every player doesn't understand advanced editing transforms doesn't mean that it's the player's fault. right? Not everybody is going to have this, whatever this experience is that I have, right? But A, this is why I teach it. And B, this is why I communicate with the devs about this stuff, because this stuff is important. You don't like it. The devs described it as victim shaming. You don't do that. Just because you shouldn't say as a developer, oh, well, you just don't know how to build a rocket. That doesn't go over well with players. That doesn't go over very well, does it? But part of the reason why I want to sit here and go through this stuff with you guys, I know it's boring. I know it's boring as hell. But it's not launching into space. Like, why aren't you launching into space, dude? What are you doing? You've been sitting here talking about the editor for 20 minutes. Or, well, an hour at this point. Because if you have KSP and you're like, oh, my stuff doesn't work, you're going to learn from this. And you're going to figure out what works. Right? And if you figure out what works, going to the moon is going to be that much sweeter. Because in this crazy game that's full of bugs, you figured out a way to do it. This is what I crave. I love doing stuff like this. And I love showing you guys how to do it too. Because the game might not be as buggy as we think. Interesting, right? The game might not be as buggy as we think. I'm glad you guys are into it as much as I am, dude. It's troubleshooting your rocket just as much as anything. You know? Hey, Vashi! Thanks, man. Subbing it up. The notifier didn't go. Here, hold on. Can I replay that? My editor's broken. My alert box doesn't alert box. Maybe they changed it. Vashi, did you break my editor? Or did you break my alert box? I break the editor just fine, don't worry. Thanks for the boring stream, I like it. Right on, man. I resubbed earlier too and got no alert. Any work around SAS spazzing out during an orbital burn? Jigsy, you gotta tell me what it's doing. Why is it spazzing out? I know that the SAS doesn't like it when you have too much control. That's the case with KSP1 as well. Try limiting your amount of gimbal on your engine. Try limiting the amount. Or limiting your RCS thrusters. Try that. That usually fixes it. Jigs, you got a picture there? Hold on. Yeah, clips that I can just check out, guys, would be more preferable if we're going to do craft file troubleshooting, but... Sure. Hello, Pizza. Sure, man. Yeah. All right. What's going on here? Nice widescreen, dude. Limit the gimbal on the Labradoodle. Look, so this has to do with what's called PID, percentage integral derivative, okay? So this is the PID on the SAS. It's overcompensating, okay? It's overcompensating, dude. So yeah, also very wide. That looks amazing. So basically how a PID controller works, all right? So PID, this is the super basic version of this, all right? So you enable the SAS. Let's just say you have values, right? The values here are X and Y for your gimbal, right? For your gimbal. Now, if the SAS is enabled, right, that line should be here, okay? Under acceleration, right, your SAS would want to follow this line pretty linearly. So say just X10, Y10 over here, and then 0. This meaning gimbal your engine this way or gimbal your engine that way. If you have too much gimbal, all right, the PID is going to try to follow this line, and it's going to overcompensate, and then it's going to overcompensate again, and it's going to overcompensate again and again and again. And what happens is you're going to get a compounding effect because it's overcompensating every time. See how this line gets bigger? That comes from the PID, the 3 variables for how the SAS homes in on a target value. In this case, your linear line, right? Like that. It's having trouble doing it because the gimbal on the Labradoodle is overcompensating. Right click, half the gimbal on the Labradoodle, then fire it. It should work. And like I can say that with a pretty high degree of confidence because math doesn't lie. Hey, punk as frick, dude. Thank you for the raid. Do you think they would do good adding a sort of graphical interface to see the hierarchy of your craft? Protecting, they could. We solved that problem a long time ago. My buddy Theix in chat. We have a way to see hierarchy visualization in KSP 1 and 2. Here, I could show you. You want to see my space shuttle from Kerbal 1? There it is in hierarchical view. Yeah, Theix is working on the KSP2 visualizer. That's the shuttle. Each one of these dots is a part, and how you attach the parts in KSP1 and absolutely in KSP2 is very, 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 very important. I don't even see the parts anymore. All I see is strut, panel, booster. There's too much to decode the Kerbal simulation. Can you load KSP1 rockets at KSP2? No, you can't, Phantom. You got to remake them, unfortunately. All I see blue is blonde, brunette, redhead. Pretty cool, huh? So, like, the shuttle is pretty easy to spot because I made the panels for the shuttle out of, I made the tiles for the shuttle out of panels, but you see how the panels, how I have the panels set up? What does this look like to you? What does it look like? It looks like a heat sink. Because it is. I have veins, cooling veins on the panels with how they're attached. And I use the hierarchy to, not abuse, but to work with the thermals. The lines of panels are connected right to a fairing, which is connected to the nose cone. So in Kerbal, the nose cone is going to heat up, and it's going to flux heat into the fairing, and that's going to flux heat into the panels. And then the panels work like a heat sink. It'll sink the heat right into these parts. So my panel thermal protection system in KSP1 works exactly like the tiles. Well, not exactly, but close enough. All the tiles are on the space shuttle are a gigantic heat sink. The tiles can absorb crazy amounts of heat before they break, right? My panels are built the same way. They're built the exact same way. They can absorb insane amounts of heat because I set up my panels like a gigantic freaking heat sink. See how it has cooling veins, just like a radiator would? Oh yeah, that wasn't an accident. That's how crazy we got with understanding the editor in KSP1. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty neat, right? How about look at the SRBs? Look at how I have the SRBs set up. The SRB, 6 degrees of separation. Where is the attachment port for my SRB? The attachment docking port is right there. It's 1 degree of separation off of the Clydesdale, which is the main body of it. So if I needed this to dock to something else, right, just in the random case like we wanted to reuse a booster, that docking port is always 1 degree of separation away from pretty much any part. Up here is the nose cone. Nose cone, even then. All right, my attachment decoupler is 1, 2, 3, 4 parts away. So this is where we separate the nose cone because there's our separator motors. And then there's the parachutes. So the booster can parachute down correctly, eject the nose cone, and then let its chutes go. How I built my shuttle in KSP is that it could be reassembled. You could rebuild it if you really want to. Like, you could tow the SRBs back, use a CAL controller to refuel the SRB. Yes, we figured out a way to do that. Restack them, and then attach the same shuttle that was used on the last mission. And this is how I got good at understanding the hierarchy, by trying to build fully reusable vehicles. Pretty cool, huh? Understanding how your vehicle goes together will make you a better Kerbal player. Hands down. In my eyes, you shouldn't have to know about the hierarchy from a casual player perspective. It's Kerbal in the end, not human space program. Someone new should be able to slap together. I don't know why you said your eyes, Deadbringer. I basically just said the exact same thing. You must have missed that part. But like, I said the same thing. Hierarchy will make you a better Kerbal builder, but you shouldn't need to learn to understand it just to get the game to work. That's what I said that a little bit earlier. I don't know if you were here or not for that, dude. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Officer Wolf. Thanks for that prime sub. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Sorry, guys. The tip notifier isn't working. Strangely enough, I'm not sure what's going on. But I do appreciate it. Jim had a 21-month resub. Jim Fingers in there. But that was a little while ago. Yeah, that makes sense. Man, I sometimes forget the insane scale of rockets. And you see photos of SLS that look like this. Yep. SLS is big. Hey, Jetrid, 23 months. Thanks, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, SLS is a monster of a rocket. 8.4 meter core diameter. It's freaking huge. Oh, yeah. Good picture, Vulcan. That's SLS's engine section, guys. Yeah. Yep. She's gigantic, dude. How do I read the hierarchy tool? It's just looking for point attachment. I mean, you just got to go and just see the chain of parts, how you attach things. Officer, I've been watching the last couple of days, get back to KSB1 and retry playing again. Currently in a science run with 500% science since I don't remember where to get science from. Right on, man. There you go, officer. Cool. Thanks for watching, man. I'm glad you're having fun. Now, this hierarchy stuff, I'm pretty sure it works for KSB2, but I absolutely know that it works for KSB1. I have 15,000 hours in the first Kerbal, guys. If anybody was counting, or if everybody doesn't know me, 15,000 hours in KSP, with probably about 7,000 to 8,000 of that in the editor figuring this stupid stuff out. No joke. I've played Kerbal almost every day since September of 2015. I have a problem, but in my case, that problem makes me money, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Do you sleep? Define sleep. Define sleep. What does that mean? So, I guarantee you guys, with this hierarchy stuff right now, we could squash like 90% of the problems that people are having in KSP. Easily squash that. He power naps? Guys, I probably get about 6 hours of sleep a night. You know, on the weekends, there's a reason why I take the weekends off nowadays. It's to get stuff done around the house, and I had to do my taxes this weekend because streamer taxes, pain in the butt, dude. You hibernate, yeah. Yeah, I get about 6 hours of sleep every night. Yeah, I know that's probably not healthy, and I'm probably going to pay for that later. But, dude, there's just too much cool stuff, man. It's like, is that a problem? Like, there's too much cool stuff in this world, and I want to see all of it. Dang it. I want to go read about rockets. I want to go read about cars and figure out how cars work. Figure out how cars go together. And I want, you know, like, there's just... try to use my time to the maximum, you know? Try to learn something new every day. Yeah. Anything beach just sitting on the couch, like, watching TV or something. But even when I watch TV, it's all, like, educational stuff. Yeah, probably, Rain. Mm-hmm. Jigsy, what do you got? Did she work this time? I can see the link, dude. I can see it. Oh, that core stage is freaking huge, dude. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Oh, you broke that. Oh, wow. Try reloading the quick save and doing the same thing. See what happens. You did quick save, right? Hopefully. Alright, anyway. I think we did some good bug squashing here. Let's launch this and see if we can get the transfer vehicle put together. Alright, let's launch pad 2. Is the game running any better? Cheesy, yes and no. Okay? So you've probably, I don't know if you've been here, dude. You probably heard me whine about like hierarchy and how that all goes together, etc., right? Man, that thing is the thing is, dude, I've been able to get better frames. I've been able to get better frames because I think that the hierarchy has something to do with the performance here, which is strange. But when you say hierarchy, do you mean the stages? The hierarchy, Lunar, refers to how the vehicle is put together. It does feed into stages, right? Hierarchy is how your vehicle determines what the second stage is and what the first stage is, right? Because if you think about building a rocket in Kerbal, you start at the top and build down. The further away the decoupler is from your first part that you place down, that's how the game figures out staging. So if you put like capsule, fuel tank, engine, decoupler, fuel tank, engine, it'll know that that second fuel tank that's behind the decoupler is a stage, and it should stage your vehicle accordingly. Sometimes you have to reconfigure it because you confused it a little bit, but yeah, it has a lot to do with staging. The hierarchy determines how your vehicle stages. All right, let's get this second piece up there and see if we break anything on the way up. Ooh, that's fizz warp. That's probably not gonna end too well. Okay. Hey, Richo, 3-month resub. Thank you. Interdasting. My vehicle right before liftoff was reading an acceleration. I'd be curious to see why it was doing that. Yeah. See, I'm getting decent enough frames right now. Not bad, not bad. It's still not, I mean, that's the simulation rate, guys. It's still not the best, but pretty clean, though. Is the payload rocking? Doesn't look to be. Yeah, Bernito, did you see it? It kind of sagged down into place. Now, I'm wondering what's causing that problem. I guarantee you it's hierarchy. Or at least it could be. Oh man, look at the visual. That's nice, dude. The graphics in this game are fantastic, dude. Yeah, right, Bing? Absolutely, man. KSP1 ain't got crap on KSP2's graphics. And I'm telling you, once this game is dialed in, man. Oh. Now, why did it do that? That was strange. Hang on. Something's broken. Something's still broken, guys. we knew the fairings did that. That's normal. Go away. Shoot. Yeah, that's what's causing that problem. See the noodling? Yeah, the payload has moment over the center of mass, especially if it can weeble wobble around. It's acting like a pendulum, and the gimbal can't compensate for it. See it wiggle? See that right there? Not a hierarchy problem. That's a regular KSP problem of you. Well, you didn't strut it enough there, guy, did you? SpaceX moment. I landed it before, but mostly. Yep. That right there, that's not a problem with the game. That's a problem with the rocket. We didn't strut it good enough. So, what we'll do is run a strut from here. I'll strut A to fairing, B to the truss. The truss piece is really strong because it's a nice big piece. So you don't want to strut necessarily to the docking port. You want to strut fairing to truss. And these struts will bypass two degrees of separation in the hierarchy, the decoupler and the docking port. Stuff that really likes to fricking wobble around, right? If we could remove them from our hierarchy and find another way to do it, you absolutely would. But it's a decoupler and a docking port. We kind of need those. More struts, man. See? Happens to the best of us. Okay, we have the second piece put together. Let's send it. I heard about problems with strutting inside of fairing. Anything we should worry about? I've never encountered a problem with strutting inside of a fairing Aqualux. Ever. Yeah, never had a problem, dude. Not in KSP2 yet, though. Like, never had that problem. Yeah, whoever's saying that, it's probably their vehicle that's having problems. Like, I hate to be a jerk, but... Another interesting point of note, guys, it didn't sag this time. She didn't sag at all. Thix. Oh yeah, by the way, KSP2 Hierarchy Viz now supports the Control-C, Control-V directly from in-game. Although you have to go to HTTPS instead of HTTP to use clipboard features. Okay. And Time Warp is back. Yeah. Test Electric, yeah, dude, interesting, right? See, this is what I mean, dude. How many problems that people are having out there with the game are stuff like that. Send it. Yeah, baby. Okay, we've cleared the tower. Go for hamster program. Hamster roll complete. Is there something like the docking port UI in KSP2? Hit delete on the keyboard, Wolfimus. You should be able to get it, yeah. Copy hamster program. We need to go dock to that thing. Landing gear still bugged? What do you mean, Cloud Boy? Is this still an Eve mission? I think so, Yodas, yeah. Okay, start pitch over. Oh, what the frick? Not good. Is that payload still weeble wobbling? My center of pressure got way too high, way too fast. Yeah, we're still at 11. Too much pitch over. Too much pitch over. That was me, guys. Yeah. Range termination, RSO abort. We've had an anomaly. We have to secure the area? It was still noodling a bit. Yeah. Bobby, she was noodling for sure. Lock the doors, flight. When do you think Artemis 2 is going to fly? End of next year. How can you tell what max Q is? Hit F12. Yeah, Pizza, the problem is that I can't get tail off on the boosters, so we basically have to power through dynamic pressure. We have to power through max Q. I can't throttle back the boosters. In KSP1, I use the Cal controller to limit the thrust on these boosters to get them to tail off and have a regressive thrust curve over time. Which got them to work like the real ones. Basically like how you pack grain in a real SRB. SRBs do throttle, guys, but the throttle is mechanically programmed into how they physically pack the propellant. Meaning that if you pack the propellant in a different shape inside of the SRB will produce different thrust. Solid propellant in the industry is called grain. Like a grain silo. And how you physically pack the fuel inside of the SRB is a mechanical program for it. So, like the shuttle, because the space shuttle uses segmented solid rocket boosters, each segment is packed a little bit differently. And as you burn through, as the SRB burns out from the inside, right? Because it doesn't burn top to bottom on an SRB. It burns from the inside out, right? So you start in the center and it burns out, right? They actually pack each segment slightly different. They use different designs, so they combine different parts, different thrust curves. So some of the SRBs are pre-programmed for or one of the segments is 3, one of the segments is 1, the other one is 5, right? Like not exactly like that, but they do that. And the reason why they would pack different thrust segments like this is so the SRBs actually throttle back for max Q. During the burn time, when the shuttle engines throttle back to 66% of rated performance during liftoff, they'll have a regressive thrust curve like this. And then a little bit after that, the shape of the grain will change and they'll have a tail off, which does something like this, right? So the throttle will go up first and then it'll go down, it'll level off, and then it'll go down again. Thrust tailing off, SRB standing by for separation. So the SRBs during separation have minimal amounts of thrust. See how this thrust goes down here? That is your tail off point right there. But the SRB is technically still lit when it separates. Which is, yeah, interesting. The fact that I can't control the throttle and it's just SRB, here you go, thrust 100% all the time, makes it a little bit difficult to ascend with a vehicle like this. But it's still doable. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, Pizza, exactly. Throttle back before 10 grand. I used to pre-program that into my SRBs, but I don't have that, so let's send it again. Just go. Okay, let's try this again. Who the hell is smart enough to discover those packing shapes? Nerds. Ooh. Yep. The rocket's too noodly. I'm watching the rate controllers here on the SAS. If I command it to turn, it's gonna go. You can literally see it wobbling around. We're getting what's called lateral pogo oscillations here. Basically, where the vehicle wants to noodle like this. Real rock, that happens to real rockets, guys. It absolutely does. No, fins aren't necessarily gonna fix this, Pizza. The rockets, we gotta come up with some hierarchical tricks for this thing to get it to not weeble wobble around as much. So let's kick it down a little bit. Nope, that didn't work. Kicking it down, we lost control of the vehicle. Kicking it down, that didn't work. So watch, the vehicle will stabilize, right? When it stabilizes again, I'll show you what's going on. So if I am full nose down right now. Freeze it, tank. Okay, I'm full nose down. Watch. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pitch down. Because we're upside down, pitching down will tilt the nose of the vehicle up. When I do it and then let go, watch what the pitch rate controller does. It'll go down, up, down, up, down, up. Because what it's trying to do is compensate. But in the same way that having too much gimbal is going to overcompensate. If the whole rocket noodles around, the SAS is going to try to compensate for that lack of structure, and it's going to end up overcompensating. So watch, ready? Okay, tank, unfreeze it. Watch. We'll pitch like that. Let it go. Watch. That controller should go all the way up. Well, it didn't stabilize. Well. Oh, there it, oh, it freaked out a little bit. There it goes. There it goes. See? That's me inducing control on it. Watch. It should go all the way up and try to compensate in the other direction. And then it should skip around a little bit. See? See it? Right there. Did you see it? It was, well, it's hard to see. Oh, right there. It did it. Watch. Interesting. Oh, look at that. You can actually see it doing it. Watch the fairing. Okay. See the fairing? See it weeble wobbling around? It shows with the SAS trying to compensate because it'll do stuff like this. Okay, is this game noob friendly? Okay, Gon, there's tutorials and stuff, dude. There's tutorials. The tutorials built into the game are fantastic. It'll teach you the basics, but it is a game about rocket science. But this is probably the best tool that you can use if you want to get a fundamental understanding of how rockets actually fly. This will teach you better than anything. Except maybe an aerospace engineering course. Patch should be coming out, Eagle War, either this week or next week. They said the coming weeks. But yeah, see the fairing wiggling around? That's what's causing our problem. So now we know The fairing is what's causing the problem. So here's a little bit more trickery that you can do. Yeah, Rycross, for sure. All right, watch this. So here, we're going to go in here like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the top tank, and we're just going to pitch the top tank up a little bit. Not pitch it. We're actually going to move it. See how we move it down like this? So the problem is that that fairing's rocking around the Christmas tree. It's rocking around on its attachment node. In KSP, parts have that attachment node. That attachment node is right in the center of the vehicle, and it'll want to weeble wobble like this. Stuff wants to noodle around like this. I'm sure everyone here that's played KSP has had this problem happen before. Now, how I get about that, how we go around that problem, or how I get around that problem is something like this. So, take this, gizmo it up, so the tank is just slightly clipping into the fairing, just a little bit of an overlap. Now let's go down here to this piece. Take it, do the same thing. This piece, take it, do the exact same thing. This one, take it, do the same thing. So all my tanks just slightly overlap. Just very, very slightly. Okay? Now, here's what we do. These are big 5-meter tanks. We just saw that the whole thing is weeble wobbling around, particularly around the fairing. So, here's what we do. We'll select the payload as a target here, and we'll go in here like this. And I'm going to select the bottom of the fairing, right? I'm going to pull out 3 times strut symmetry, right? And then we're going to go all the way down here. And because we clipped the tanks together, we should be able to run a strut down to this tank, like that. Now we have struts that go from the fairing to the tank with the stringers on it. See that? Now these tanks here, I actually don't have any fuel in them. Those tanks are acting as a structural component that holds the SRBs together. But if I select that tank, you see you have strut B, right? So strut A to fairing, strut B to interstage tank. Now, if we go in here like this, and we do the opposite here, 3x symmetry and the opposite style of symmetry here. Now, what I just did here was run a strut from this tank with these little nacelles on the side. Now I have struts going from this tank to the second interstage tank here. We're basically reinforcing hierarchically that joint in the center. Now, because we have struts in 3 times symmetry and the center attachment node, it can't move in any direction. It won't wobble about its axis. You should do this with every rocket that you make. Every single one of them, because Kerbal understands that structure a lot better than just a bunch of tanks stacked on top of each other. Now, don't get me wrong. Tanks stacked on top of each other does work. It works just fine. But this way works really, really well. Yeah, see, it won't let me attach this because that tank is too large. It's too large. So it won't let me attach it. But the SRBs are kind of holding that whole structure together, so that shouldn't be a problem. Now let's launch this. It should not weeble wobble around. Now, if you really want to observe, right, you want to be flight controllers with me here, watch when I go to do the roll program. All right? If you watch when we do the roll program and then watch when we do the initial pitch over, if we do the pitch over and the SAS starts doing that, the rate controller for pitch starts, it starts kind of jittering out, that's how you know we're not good. If that thing stays nice and centered, it does some nice, easy compensation, that's how you can tell the rocket's good. D-Doom, I'll check that in a second, buddy. Let's watch. Watch the rate controllers. Watch the telemetry. That's really important. All right. We're good. We've cleared the tower. Now I'm going to try to roll this thing. Let's see what it does. Okay, we got a good roll program. And now we're going to pitch it over. that one was me. But see how the controller's nice and smooth? It's just going up and going down. It's not gimbal locking out. Now we know the rocket isn't moving. This whole upper area is nice and strong. Yeah, we grandparents strutted it in tri-symmetry, Mutter. Pretty much. Yep. Let's see, if I do this now, no wobble from that fairing. Nothing. See it? No wobbling. The whole core stage acts as one piece. Very strong. Very, very strong. Muy fuerte. Gracias por el tip, amigo. Yep. Yep, but I still gotta make sure that I'm actually flying the rocket. That's kind of important. I think that's the payload wobbling around, dude. Oh, boy. When doing the initial pitch over, why don't you use fine controls to minimize the whip? Yeah, Bake, we could do that. I actually don't think we need 10 degrees of gimbal on this. I think the SAS could be overcompensating. Now, the SAS was smooth that time, but it did kind of go to the end of the rate controller, right? Or the pitch controller. I honestly think this is the SAS overcompensating. Limiting engine gimbal should fix this problem. Is the fairing plate that's not attached well enough? Well, it was. It's not that anymore. That was a class 6 maneuver. All right, so I'm going to go in here. We're going to go to Gimbal Enable, Advanced Controls, and we're just going to lower that down to 5. And here's another thing that I'm going to do. We're going to have to gimbal. Let's go to 30. Honestly, 3 degrees for a conventional rocket is just fine. The reason why the shuttle engines in this game have so much gimbal is because they're shuttle engines. With the shuttle, turns out when you have a huge space plane attached to the side of your rocket, you need gimbal to compensate because it's attached to the side of your rocket. So you need some thrust vector control to take into account that you have 60 tons of orbiter attached to the side. Kind of important. Just saying. With a single stick rocket, you do not need nearly as much. So that should work. And if we really want to slam this home, get rid of roll control on the vectors. Actually, you don't want to do that. I was going to say we could just use the SRBs for roll, but we don't want to do that because when the SRBs separate, we still need roll control. So set that to 3 and we'll see what it does now. The SAS overcompensating does cause instability like that because it's the PID, once again. That happens in Kerbal 1 as well. So, let's see what happens now. We might have to, Aqualex, on the other hand, we might have to go down here and make sure that nothing is weeble wobbling down there. Yeah, baby! Okay, go for roll program. Roll program complete. Okay, just initial pitch over. Okay, we have our initial pitch, we're good. Hands off. I don't use reaction wheels, Warren, because they're a little bit on the unrealistic side in KSP. A real rocket doesn't have gyros to make sure that the ascent is going well. If anything, it has gyros to make sure that the guidance system is working correctly. But not a gyro that actually influences, like, flight control, like how SAS works. I don't use SAS. I have heading hold, and then my engines are my SAS. The gimbal on the engines are going to help me steer in the right direction, just like real life. That's how the real stuff works. Also, clouds, awesome. Why did, oh, it did it again. Huh. Okay, Let's try prograde lock. Maybe that'll fix it. What resolution is this? 1080? Let's try upping it to 5. Let's see if we can get this thing still into space. Yeah, we accelerated too fast. The dynamic pressure got way too high too quickly. Make the rocket pointier. It's not pointy enough. Yep. Nope. Our center of pressure is way too high. Interesting. It's interesting considering that I launched this rocket a little earlier in the day, albeit with a different fairing, and it worked fine. But, hey, that's how it goes, man. Is it top heavy after fuel decrease? Well, yeah, Willie, of course it is. Rocket center of mass are always shifting up because the first stage drains, right? So you're always, the center of mass always travels forward. Every time. I'm wondering if there's like parts on our payload that aren't Oh dear. Yeah. So it's good, it's all fine and dandy that we made the vehicle nice and strong, but also that hydrogen tank strutted to nothing. So, you know, let's just make like a tree and get out of here. No, yeah, how about we go ahead and strut that to something, because there's no doubt that that thing is definitely wobbling around. That was a light bulb moment. Yep. I have those a lot. You're gonna have to excuse me, guys. I caught the dumb for a second. Oh, yeah. That's right, because this is a copied subassembly. It doesn't like it. Also, this needs more of that. There we go. Excellent. All right. So inside of that truss segment, I have an extra hydrogen tank that's designed for the trip out there. We drain that tank on the trip out, and then on a trip back, we jettison it. And that hydrogen tank is sitting inside of that truss holder, and it's probably wobbling around too, if I had to guess. Everything in KSP2 is super noodly. Yeah, I added more monopropellant as well. Let's save. Yeah, Karama, the jittering fairing expansion is something that needs to be worked on a little bit. Hey, Bobby, dude, thanks for the sub, man. That's a tier 1. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. My notifier is totally borked today. I don't know what's going on with it, but I do appreciate it. And thanks, guys. I hope you're getting something out of this, man. That's cool, Airborne. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, boiler. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. You got it. We have really nice truss parts in KSP2 that look exactly like Copernicus, so I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna use those. All them knowledges you were spitting before makes the sub worth it. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Okay, roll program is complete. Let's try just, we don't want to feather the throttle too much. Let's see if strutting the payload correctly this time fixes this problem. We'll set it to prograde lock and see if that does it. Okay. The SAS is not freaking out. It's nice and smooth. Rates are good. Actually, pause it, tank. just on a side note, guys, if you ever watch a rocket launch with me and you hear the controllers say rates look good, body and roll rates look good, they're talking about the computer compensating for stuff, making sure that the rate is good. So like your rate of acceleration, your rate of roll, your rate of pitch, your rate of yaw. If it's compensating nice, that means you're good. They're talking about body and roll rates. Body rates are acceleration, roll rate, obviously roll, pitch, and yaw. Pretty straightforward stuff. Our rates are good. If the rates go bad, one of these arrows will go all the way to the side on pitch, yaw, or roll. That's what these little arrows are. They're showing your rates. That's really important to understand. Any Kerbal, this is not like a Kerbal trick or one of EJ's crazy things. You have this in KSP1 as well. It's important to see what your vehicle is doing. That's a principle of real rocket science. See what the heck your vehicle's doing on the way up. That's important to understand. If one of these green arrows goes all the way to one side, that means whatever your control mechanism is, albeit a control surface, a rocket thrust vectoring, or SAS, it means it's not enough to compensate for whatever force is being applied to it. So for instance, when our rocket was flipping over a second ago, obviously pitch and yaw gimbal locked. The rates weren't good. We had a compounding rate that my thrust vector control system couldn't compensate for, right? And that's the problem that we're trying to fix. That happened because the vehicle was bending before. Watch the controllers. It's important to watch the rates. You can see something, you can see a problem happening with your rocket before it happens if you know what to look for. See? Right now, pitch is compensating, yaw is compensating, roll is good. The rates are fine. Just let it go. Yeah, exactly, Kirsten. Yeah. It's important to know where it is. Now look what happened. I hit the space bar by accident. Look, our yaw rate went to, it gimbal locked out. See that? The yaw gimbal locked. Huh, there's a clue there. Why would it do that? What's our dynamic pressure right now? So if you can open up this UI by hitting F12. Our dynamic pressure is 27 pascals. That's pretty high. Which means the rocket is bending. Here, Yep. I staged it by accident, so that's not good data. Sorry about that, bros. Fairing separation confirmed. So our the yaw controller freaked out that time. Interesting. So yaw is this way. So you have pitch, which is pitch up and down. Yaw this way, and you have roll. You want a car with doors that roll, or doors that pitch. You don't want cars with doors that yaw. No good. No good. You need doors that open up like this. These are not the doors of a billionaire, Richard! Sorry. Is your tank flexing? Aqualex, remember when I had to remake this vehicle a little while back because I thought something was wrong with it? Well, first of all, I don't think anything was wrong with it. Second of all, I had 3 times the amount of struts on the SRBs. My guess is that the SRBs are bending. If one of the SRBs is doing this even slightly, we got a problem. So I think this could be an old adage of add more struts. Just remember, guys, Kerbal struts drive me nuts. So we will strut booster A to inner tank B. Now let's go down here. That strut's not strutted to anything. Those look terrible. It won't let me strut them to the cargo bay. What about lowering the thrust? On the SRBs? I'm not sure if that's going to do what we think it's going to do. We can go 2 struts down the bottom. That's fine. Is the best way to reduce max Q just to throttle down, or are there other ways? Yeah, you're accelerating too fast. So, guys, a little bit on dynamic pressure. So dynamic pressure is basically how much pressure is building up on the center of pressure of said vehicle. Actually, it's not really the center of pressure. It's more the front. But, so, basically, the rocket's going to go too fast at some point. And at some point, it can't move the air out of the way fast enough. Air is going to start to get compressed up against the front. That's going to cause a crazy amount of drag up at the front of the vehicle. And it'll gradually shift your center of pressure more forward. Basically, you can't move the air out of the way fast enough. That's why real rockets throttle down. They throttle down because you still want to try to get out of the atmosphere fast, but at some point it is a diminishing return just to keep pushing against the air like that. Now, with that being said, there are some launch vehicles that just straight up don't care. And they were engineered this way. Watch this. Don't blink. Don't blink. That's like in 1,000 times slow motion because that's what the ascent looks like. Watch the tip of the rocket. Oh look, it heated up from re-entry heating. Re-entry heating. There are some rockets that just don't give a frick. Watch it again. So this is all extremely slowed down footage. That's it in real time. Oh, it's staged too, by the way. Hypersonic staging, but yeah, just in case you were wondering. So that right there is a sprint missile. Sprint missile is an intercept missile. It's designed to shoot down other missiles. But you can see that thing can't move the air out of the way fast enough. And what happens when you can't move the air out of the way fast enough? It compresses. Air is gas, right? The atmosphere is gas. It's a gaseous medium, right? What happens if you compress gas per the ideal gas law? PV equals nRT, right? What happens when you compress gas? It heats up. That's the ideal gas law. When you heat up gas, it expands, right? It gets really, really freaking hot, right? So that generates a lot of heat. It generates so much heat that the gases that's compressing up against the front of that thing end up ionizing. Literally, the thing is going so fast, it rips air molecules apart. Yeah. So that resulting ionizing force creates that resulting ionization that happens from flying through an air medium at high speed creates plasma. And that's what re-entry heating is. It's accumulated plasma on the vehicle. See? Pretty cool, huh? And that plasma is really, really hot. Like 1700 C. It's really freaking hot. That's why spaceships need re-entry. That's why spaceships need heat shields and re-entry systems or thermal protection systems. That's why you need that. Plasma gets really, really hot. And there's this thing, right? So it's interesting. When a rocket's going through re-entry, you get plasma accumulation, and then you get what's called a hypersonic boundary layer. The hypersonic boundary layer basically helps kind of pushes that plasma out of the way a little bit, right? But that plasma is still riding with the layer. So basically you create a wake through the air, and it looks somewhat like a boat wake going through the water, but the wake is a lot more defined because, once again, it's gases, not liquids like a boat. A boat's floating through water, not flying. Hopefully it's not flying. Boat's floating through water. Water is incompressible, so you leave a nice wake. When you start going fast enough, the air starts to turn to plasma, and it leaves a plasma wake. All right? And anything that gets in that plasma wake, you're going to lose. Now, I'll give you a good example. How do we know? Well, not how do we know. I'll give you a good example of a vehicle that's designed to compensate for said plasma wake. So check this out. The shuttle. Everybody knows the space shuttle, right? Awesome vehicle. Look at the wings. Look at the wings. So up on the nose, up on the front of the shuttle, you have that gray nose cone. That gray nose cone is reinforced carbon-carbon. It's called RCC for short. If you're into Formula One, they make the brake rotors on Formula One cars out of the same stuff. RCC can straight up resist 1600 degrees Celsius. No problem. It'll just push the heat out of the way. Now look at the space shuttle's wings. Interesting. It has the RCC as well. Why? Well, the wake from the nose cone, the wake that is made from the nose cone goes over the wings. And the reason why it has RCC from the strake of the wing all the way out to the edge is because depending on your speed, depending on your airspeed, not ground speed, depending on your airspeed, the angle of that hypersonic wake changes. So at certain times during the shuttle's reentry, that hypersonic boundary layer that's carrying plasma, that plasma knife, if you will, goes over the wings. It goes over the wings of the shuttle. See? And the shuttle has to have all of that wing leading edge made out of RCC so it can push that plasma wake out of the way. I can show you here. If we go here, take a look, rocket research, go into the shuttle. I have pictures of wind tunnel testing. But see, the nose cone pushes it out and it leaves a wake, and some of that wake gets hit into the wings, and the wings leave a wake too. The bulbous nose on the shuttle towerful is designed to do, it's designed to do that, but you can only push it so far away, dude. Because once again, there's only so much you can do. I mean, the shuttle needs to slow down, right? It's got to slow down. If it goes too far, too deep into the atmosphere, not even the RCC would be able to take that plasma heating, right? The heating that's caused by accumulated plasma. You have to find a medium here. So what they did was they found a medium where the nose cone could push enough of the plasma out of the way to protect the fuselage, right? But you can only make that wake so big before you'll heat this thing up to infinity, right? Not infinity, but you get the idea. I don't know what that means, Willie, but all right. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? Now, another cool thing to notice. The top of the space shuttle, right, has all the Nomex white on it, right? The bottom of the shuttle has the tiles, has the black tiles. Well, the reason why is because, well, that plasma boundary layer gets a lot closer to the bottom of the shuttle than it does to the top. That's why the bottom of the shuttle has heavier duty thermal protection system. Starship is going to be the same way, to be honest with you. Starship does the same thing. Its reentry profile will be very similar to the shuttles, believe it or not. Except Starship isn't going to fall out of the atmosphere like a brick and land on a runway. It's going to fall out of the atmosphere like a brick and freaking do that. Or at least attempt to do that. It's going to do something like that, hopefully, if we get that far, you know? What do you mean accumulating plasma? What makes the ionized particles attracted to the RCC? So, the plasma doesn't like to go anywhere, Arrows. It stays there. It just accumulates. Think of it it doesn't work like this, but think of it like condensation on a drink. You know, if you go get a cold snack, right? Beer. And you bring it outside on a hot summer's day, you're going to get condensation. It's going to accumulate. Now, don't get me wrong. Plasma isn't condensing next to the shuttle, but it just kind of stays there. That's the problem. You have to find a way to get it away. You have to get it away from the vehicle. And now, a heat shield, for instance, and a ablator heat shield will do that by burning. When you burn the ablative heat shield on a capsule, what it does is it outgasses. It releases gas. Just like if you have a fire going, you put your hand over it, its gases are escaping, right? That ablation that happens from the heat shield pushes the plasma away and envelops the capsule in a nice cool thermal medium, right? It keeps the plasma away. The space shuttle can't do something like that. So the nose cone has to be this weird shape to get the plasma to get pushed away. Basically, more air coming in, hitting that nose cone, will make it hotter, but it'll also push the plasma out and away. Crazy, right? So it's going to get hot, and it's going to stay there unless you do something about it. That's the reason why you need a thermal protection system, because if you don't do anything about it, it'll just sit there and it'll melt your vehicle. That's why everything that comes back from space usually burns up. Kerbal 1 didn't teach that very well. Because you can re-enter something through the atmosphere in Kerbal, and it maybe 1 or 2 parts will burn off. In reality, the whole thing will burn up, because the parts in Kerbal can take a lot more heat than real-life parts. Yeah. Now, there are other vehicles that use other things for heat shields. Not an ablator heat shield, not a reusable tile. One of my personal favorites... one of my personal favorites is this. Check this out. Are you going to watch the second attempt of H3 later? Of course, Clap. Watch this. So, there's a rocket that we're kind of big fans of here. We love the Space Shuttle, we love SLS, we love Starship, but Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is a pretty damn good rocket in itself. This is my absolute favorite part about Falcon 9 by a long shot. How the heck does that first stage come back down and not experience re-entry heat? See, there's the first stage right there. The first stage ends up going to about 130 kilometer apogee. That's way up there. That's 70 miles. That's a long way. And it approaches Mach 5, Mach 6. You're well into hypersonics with that first stage. So plasma is going to accumulate. Watch this. So the first stage near peak altitude, approximately 140 kilometers. That is booking. That's extremely fast. So this is NASA infrared imaging of a Falcon 9 doing its boost back burn and then a landing burn. This was during CRS-4. NASA imaged this. Now, the re-entry burn. Watch this. So... it's actually over here. So look, you can see on infrared that it's starting to get pretty damn hot around the bottom of that stage. The plasma is starting to accumulate. What Falcon 9 does is it fires its rocket engine into that plasma and it gets the plasma to move away. It's called supersonic retropropulsion. It's the best name ever. It sounds so cool. But that's how Falcon 9 first stages come back down. They fire their engines into that plasma. Not fighting fire with fire, but fighting plasma with fire. They shoot fire out and get the plasma to get away from the vehicle, doing exactly what an ablator heat shield does. Because what does an ablator heat shield do but release gas? Rocket engines are really good at releasing a lot of gas really, really quickly. So the rocket engine becomes the heat shield, or the rocket engine exhaust, I should say. That's how Falcon 9s can come right through. They don't need a heat shield. They don't need tiles. They do have a heat shield on them. There is a passive thermal protection system there. But the engine firing through re-entry, right, is what keeps it from melting. Because it's coming back from a long way, dude. Pretty crazy, right? That's nuts, huh? That's so freaking cool, dude. That's just one of like 1,000 different rabbit holes there is with thermal protection systems. It's really some cutting edge stuff. Actually, you can compare the before and after. At the beginning of the video, you see how far away the incoming airflow is in relation to the rocket body. Then fast forwarding right to the burn start, you can see how close it is. Let me take a look. Let's take a look, rocket guy. Let's see. Well, Rycross, you thought it was always crazy that the rocket engines didn't catch the airflow and break. Well, if you think about it, the dynamic pressure inside of that okay, dude, it's a rocket engine. When the rocket engine is on, you're going to get a much higher pressure inside of that engine than it is when it's off, even if it's flying business end first, right? It's not, right? The only thing you have to worry about is plasma. The plasma will go into the rocket engine if it didn't do that supersonic retropropulsion burn, right? The plasma will start to accumulate and it'll eventually find its way in to Falcon 9, right? You don't want it to, I mean, it did that a couple of times. One of the last booster that SpaceX actually lost during reentry had that exact problem. One of the blankets that behind the nozzle on the Merlin, right? Some of the plasma, the blanket broke that holds the engine in place, and plasma got into Falcon 9's thrust structure and they lost the booster. What is plasma? Plasma is it's a fourth state of matter, Fritz. Plasma is basically byproduct of like fusing and splitting atoms, dude. I guess that's the right way to say that. Yeah, here, rocket guy, let's take a look. It's basically ionized gas. It happens at an atomic level when you rip stuff apart. Yeah, see rocket? Yeah, rocket guy, I see exactly what you're talking about. Look at that, dude. See, the plasma is out far and away. It's far away from it right now. But as you get further down into the atmosphere, look, that plasma starts creeping closer and closer and closer to the back of the booster. That's the first stage right there. That's the engines. The engines are already hot because they were just firing a second ago. And look, see what I mean? See how that wake, the plasma wake changes. Look at it now. Rocket guy, that's a really, really awesome observation. See how the wake angle, the hypersonic wake angle changes. It changes throughout your reentry. Look at it when it gets down to here. It's right up against it. That plasma is right up against those motors. And when the plasma starts to get close, Falcon 9 just fires its engines. And it pushes it out and away.
Discovery, go at throttle.
That's freaking, dude, that's righteous, man. I haven't watched this footage in so long. It's so cool to see. Isn't that cool? The engine is the heat shield. Smart, man. That's really smart engineering. So plasma's everywhere in the air? No, not necessarily, Zevia. Plasma happens when you start ripping air molecules apart. It happens when you start ripping atoms apart. So plasma happens, well, during an atomic blast. Yeah. There's this thing that comes up in the sky every morning. It's really bright. If you stare at it for a long time, it hurts your eyes. That's just a huge ball of plasma. Yeah. Cool story, right? Yeah, the plasma doesn't... I mean, it occurs naturally in nature all the time. Naturally in nature. Redundant statements are redundant. It occurs naturally everywhere. When you re-enter, we kind of artificially make it because you're splitting atoms because you're going so ridiculously fast. The air gets super compressed and the air molecules just start shattering like glass, dude. Lightning? Yeah, lightning dabs. Sure, there you go. Plasma's all over the place. The sun is a giant ball of it. So yeah, it happens all over the place. Oh yeah. It happens when, in the case of reentry, it happens when you start splitting air molecules going Mach 20 or something. All right, anyway, let's go back over here. Isn't fire a form of plasma? Fire is... So, Ginger, fire is chemical deflagration. That's what that is. It's deflagration. It's basically combustion at subsonic speeds. That's called deflagration. It's just combustion. That's what's going on. You're just combusting something. If I understood that question correctly. Plasma is a very good tool for cutting steel. Yeah, that's right. Plasma cutters. Yeah, plasma is great. Except when it comes to re-entering spacecraft. Then you don't want it near you because, well, Tiago, if that plasma knife, that boundary layer that I'm talking about, think of it like a plasma cutter. You don't want to take a plasma cutter to a part of your spacecraft that's not really designed. The crazy part about this is, I don't think we should go and test this, but the crazy part about it is that I bet you if you held the plasma cutter a little ways away from the space shuttle's like nose cone, you could probably just sit there with a plasma cutter and it wouldn't do anything. Then eventually you'd heat up the nose cone too much and it would probably break it. Yeah. Crazy, right? The plasma knife, mate. That's right. You used to work with plasma cutters? Yeah. Dude, the front of the space shuttle nose cone, you probably just sit there with a plasma cutter. Don't get me wrong. It'll go through. It will go through. It absolutely will go through. There's only so much material the material can take before you flux too much heat into it and bye-bye. But you could sit there for a lot longer than you could with steel. Steel, you'll go right through it. With the Space Shuttle RCC, you could sit there for probably about 10 to 15 seconds before it'll go through, which is bananas when you think about it. That's ridiculous. Even the tile, the shuttle thermal tiles, you sit there with a plasma cutter, just... Nope. Nope, it'll just absorb all the heat. That's what makes the tiles so good. They can absorb an insane amount of heat. Yeah, exactly, Methos. A plasma cutter will cut through anything when it gets hot enough. See, we're getting into material properties now, guys. You're getting in. So this is math science and what's called material science and finite element analysis is kind of specifically what we're getting into. It's called FEA for short, right? A plasma cutter will go through anything if you introduce enough heat into anything and heat something past critical mass, it'll melt. Absolutely. But every material can absorb a certain amount of heat. The carbon would probably take it. You'd probably be able to sit there with a plasma cutter for a little while. And when I say a little while, I mean more like longer than steel. You'll still cut through the carbon. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you still cut through it. There's only so much it could take before plasma just does plasma things, you know? Can't be tight if it's liquid. Yeah, that's a good reference. I dismantled a whole ice cream truck with a plasma cutter. Yeah, steel. Crow flies, yeah. Steel doesn't like plasma. That's why you can plasma cut steel like crazy, right? That's why we don't make heat shields out of steel. Steel can absorb a pretty damn good amount of heat for what it is, but once heat gets to critical mass, it becomes about as structurally useful as Jell-O. Yeah, Jell-O. Yeah. Material science is sick. Yeah, oh yeah, good times. Math science is fun. Do you know much about aerogels? I don't, Jacob, but I know about aerogels. Aerogels are weird, man. Weird, dude, to say the least. But anyway, we upgraded the struts on the SRBs. Let's see if that fixes the problem. I'm kind of hoping it does, but it might not. I don't run heat shielding on my exhaust on my RX-7 race car simply because it'll melt the steel header. Too hot. Yeah, interesting. Oh, we just encountered this problem again. Oh, something is really, really, really pissing KSP off right now. Yeah, look, frames are terrible. What happens if we send this? Ooh. Whatever this problem is going on right here, the game does not like it. It dropped it. Okay, SAS is compensating. Yeah, Our frames are terrible this time around. I'm not 100% sure why. Can you get frame drops in real life? Yeah, relativity does that, Jackal, believe it or not. Yeah, you think I'm kidding? Oh yeah, relativity. Yeah, gravity, warp space and time. Yes, you can get frame drops in real life. Abso-freaking-lutely. Simulation starts to break down when you approach the speed of light. That's proven. Crazy, right? No, you absolutely can get frame drops in real life. Sure, absolutely. But what do you think time dilation is? I mean, that's a weird way of putting it as frame drops, but yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's doing it again. Pause. See? We gimbal locked. I'm gonna put my gimbal right back up to 100 and see what happens. Yep. Interesting. Interesting, 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 interesting. The tank and the payload, it's attached by the side. It's not. It's on a decoupler that's in line with the compression axis of the vehicle, Aqualux. The crazy optimization in the simulation for me is the double slit experiment that changes when you observe a particle before it goes through the slit. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Once you get to atomic and subatomic levels, Elm, stuff starts to get weird, man. Reducing thrust will help get you up into thinner air. Well, Willie, that's the thing, dude. We launched this vehicle before, and it worked just fine. I'm wondering if, like, us rerouting it and stuff broke something. I think so, Rocket, yeah. You know what, dudes? Let's isolate. See if it's the fairing. So, the vehicle didn't sag down on the pad that time. It didn't do that thing. Hey Noah, long time no see. Quick save, quick load, Mike usually fixes it. I don't know what the root cause of that problem is. Okay, cleared the tower. Go for gerbil. Roger, go for gerbil. Yeah. Now my simulation is borked, dude. Like, it's pretty bad. How much RAM are we using? Kerbal is using 9 gigs of RAM. We started the day at 4.5. There's something with garbage collection or a memory leak or something that this doesn't like. And I have a feeling if we restarted Kerbal and launched this, it might do the same thing. It might be better. We did something it didn't like, and I'm trying to figure out what it is. We started the day when we launched at 4.5 gigs. It's either a mem leak or bad garbage collection or something. What's interesting to me is that the fairing might be what's causing it, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but... Nope, still did it. Freeze it. Anything bending? Huh. I think this is the craft file. I'm starting to think this might be a bug and not necessarily the craft file. This thing is as stiff as a board. See how straight everything is? There's nothing sagging on this at all. And the simulation is clogged to all hell. Alright. Yeah, Vashi, you saw that, huh? Hey, Denny with the resub, and Hokie gifted 12 months of sub to Rocket Guy? Jeez, man. My alerter isn't working today, fellas. I'm not exactly sure why, but... maybe try mounting the payload to a different rocket for testing. I'm actually... you know what I'm gonna do, Pig? I'm just gonna... we're just gonna take this, and I'm just gonna put that there. Just a big old hydrogen tank.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It worked net. Maggie, what'd you do? How'd you do that? Fixed it. How'd you fix it? What did you do? What the frick? Why is everything breaking today? What the hell? What in the absolute balls is happening here? I moved our gimbal. You know what? Let's make this trial work. Hold on. Let's move this back to 30 and see if that's the problem.
Go and throttle up.
James, 42-month resub. Mine showed up instantly. You were busy flying. Right.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay, I guess that works now. Fujad, 28 months.
Discovery,
Thank you.
go and throttle up.
Tiago, there's my guy with the prime sub. Thanks, dude. One more to test it. I appreciate that, buddy. See how she works. All right, watch the controllers. 27, 28. 29 pascals, 30 pascals on our dynamic pressure, 31, 32, rates are still good here, 34.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Air Cows, welcome to Mission Control, you're going throttle up. Okay, slight roll, 36, we have max Q. Rates are still good. 38, 37, going down. Hey, Riv. Hype train. Thanks, buddy. 33. 32. The rate controller's still looking good. Now let's try to nose it over. That's me doing that. Hey, MC, everybody's doing okay. How are you? What's the most effective path to get into orbit? Befuddled, you really want a parabolic curve. It's the payload. Something is funky with that payload, dude. It's the payload. Things working fine now. Even the frames are better. I think there's a bit of junk data in our transfer vehicle craft file, dudes. Interesting. This tank Stratton Blitz says is the devil? What? Why? What exactly is dynamic pressure versus static pressure? Dynamic pressure is a pressure that changes. Static pressure is ambient. So down on the ground, your static pressure is 14.7 psi. The dynamic pressure is basically if you put a pitot sensor on the front of the vehicle, what that pressure would be of all that air going into that pitot sensor. Pressure works off of your airspeed, so how fast the air is moving over the vehicle. That changes. That changes because your static pressure is on a gradient, right? Static pressure is an exponential fall off. It's parabolic fall off, right? So as you go higher, the pressure goes down. The higher you go, but it starts to exponentially go down over time, like over height, excuse me. It screwed us out our mission. It got corrupted in the game. I did an entire mission with this thing before and it worked just fine, but when I separated it, it decided to yeet itself out of existence, but it seemed to have worked just fine that time, which is weird. Okay. So, yeah, Rain, think about it like this. So, a rocket, right? And this is for people that want to learn how to orbits as well. So, like, okay, say this is your ground, all right? And this is your altitude. Say this is up to 100 kilometers, right? Right? And this is the ground. So, right, 100 kilometers up here, 0 is down here at sea level, okay? And so this is your pressure over here. So pressure is represented. What's the thing for pressure, guys? It's not Q. Q is dynamic pressure, right? 3D artist using paint, classic. Hey, Bear, whatever. I'm a dinosaur. What do you want from me? Rocket, what's static pressure? Is it K? I forget. Static pressure is P0. There you go. All right, so P underscores, we'll just use P0. MS Paint is OP. So you have your pressure down here, all right? So let's just say the pressure down here is one bar or 1 atmosphere, which is 14.7 PSI or 101 kilopascals. All right, that's all the same thing. So as your rocket goes up, you're flying on a parabolic trajectory, so your rocket ascent looks like this, right? First stage is really designed to get you up there, right? Second stage is designed to get you going fast enough to orbit, right? So, as you're going up, if that's your ascent trajectory, pressure can be represented like this. Static pressure is, so your pressure's over here, that's 1 bar, all right? So 1 bar and that's 0, okay? So the pressure is on an exponential fall off. So as you approach, the higher you go, the more the pressure goes down, okay? So your static pressure, you can determine static pressure at any given altitude, obviously. There's a static pressure that it's an inconsequential amount of pressure, but there is static pressure even up at 400 kilometers. We know that because the ISS solar panels work like gigantic sails, and if we don't do anything about it, the ISS will come back down. That's done by design on purpose. So if something wrong happens with the station, you don't strand a multi-bajillion-dollar huge, like 600-ton space station. You don't get it stuck in space. If something goes wrong and astronauts get off, the thing will come back down. With no one steering the ship, it'll sink, right? So your dynamic pressure changes over time because your static pressure is changing, right? And kind of this area right here is where you go through max Q for the most part. Now, don't get me wrong. This isn't exactly 100% right. But if the black line represents your ascent trajectory and this represents static, there is a crisscross point. That crisscross point is kind of maximum dynamic pressure, but it's kind of not. Max Q doesn't necessarily have to happen at this crisscross point, right? It could happen down here, but there's a certain part where your static pressure is going to statically fall off in terms of this exponential scale right here. But if you're flying on a parabolic arc, your speed, right? Your speed is going to greatly be increased here, and you're going to be going the fastest with the first stage right here, right? And then your TWR goes down usually with the second stage, right? So your speed will increase over here as you get further and further into orbit. Right? So max Q can happen anywhere in here. It's anywhere inside of this window, basically. I mean, this is a really stupid general way of saying it, guys. It's a little bit more complicated than that. If it was this easy, more people would learn it, you know? Hey, Shen, thank you for the raid. Oh, your caffeine belongs to us, dude. Take it. Your graph failed to make orbit. Yeah, right? Shenrir, thanks for the raid. Guys, what was Shen up to? It's only kind of rocket science. Guys, Shen's an old school streaming buddy of mine. Like, he's been doing it a long time. He's a good dude. Guys, what was Shen playing today? Hearts? Hearts? Oh, cities. You're playing... Oh, I love cities, dude. That City Skylines too. Shout out, though. Oh, my gosh. I am... Between that and Kerbal 2, I'm pretty screwed this year. Like, I'm pretty screwed. Great paint graph skills. What are you graphing? So, Will, I am currently showing everybody over here the difference between static and dynamic pressures. So, you know, if you've ever watched a rocket launch, rocket's currently traveling through maximum dynamic pressure. Like, what's the difference between that and static pressure? So, static pressure is basically as you get higher, static pressure goes down. It's an exponential fall off. But the dynamic pressure basically happens when you hit a medium where your static pressure and the thrust of your rocket basically create the easy way of saying it is basically saying that the rocket can't move the air out of the way fast enough. That's the right way to say it. Anyway. Hey, howdy. We tried KSP2 out this morning, just basic orbital stuff, and flew a plane around. How's it going? It's going good, dude. I'm really trying to see what makes the game tick. I've been doing a lot of troubleshooting with rockets and stuff and why stuff breaks. So we've been kind of doing some elemental analysis on KSP and why it does things. We've already isolated a couple of bugs, which is actually pretty cool. But anyway, man, hey, thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Yeah, if you go fast enough, Will, you'll basically start to compress the air on the front of the vehicle. And if you compress the air on the front of the vehicle, it puts a compression load on said vehicle. You'll basically try to accordion the rocket. Because not only are the rocket engines pushing up on the bottom of the rocket, now you have so much pressure built up on the front of the vehicle that it'll try to compress it, like being in a gigantic vise. This is why rockets throttle back during max Q, because that compression load can, I don't know, break it. You wouldn't put a fuel tank in a gigantic hydraulic press. That's under pressure. That's probably a bad idea, right? I don't think I need to say why that's a bad idea. We probably shouldn't do that. But yeah, that's why rockets throttle down, because the dynamic pressure builds up too much on the vehicle. If it built up any more, you'd scrunch the vehicle like an accordion. But like I said, the vehicle's under pressure. A lot of rockets have pressurized tanks. Actually, all rockets have pressurized tanks. You don't want to crunch those. That usually would end poorly. Yeah. He chose poorly. Yeah, Rain, you can be slightly more efficient if you throttle back for max Q. Problem is I can't make my SRBs throttle back for maximum dynamic pressure in KSP2 because I can't bind a cal controller to them because we don't have a cal controller. Yeah, Uncle Lex, it's important to note that max Q is descriptive, like top speed on a track. It's not set by physics, instead being set by how you approach. Yeah, exactly. Can you throttle back the mains? Well, Methos Dragon, the problem with throttling back the mains is that the mains are my thrust vector control. Throttling them back will give me less effective moment. So I won't be able to, long story short, I won't be able to steer. Yeah, that's kind of important. We kind of need to do that. Do real SRBs throttle down? I thought they were 100% all the time. Oh, no, 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 not at all. No. So the shuttle uses a segmented SRB. Everybody knows about the shuttle and SLS using segmented SRBs because there was that one time where the O-rings in between two segments failed. Didn't end well. Turns out when the rocket does something you don't want, it's going to kill people. That happens. Yeah, not a good idea. Anyway, so Rain, if you notice, we have 4 case segments right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And on SLS, you have an extra. So you have forward segment, forward center, aft center segment, aft segment with nozzle. There's another one. It's a 5-segment booster. Now, each one of those segments, if we look at that picture right there, you look at this one. You look at that picture right there, you see circularly packed grain, right? So the grain's just a straight circle, right? Now, how you physically pack the grain, because technically this open area is your combustion chamber. So it's important to think about SRBs as they burn, that having a variable geometry combustion chamber. Because the combustion chamber is denoted by the grain, but the grain is also fueling the rocket. So as the rocket burns more and more fuel, your combustion chamber gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And your thrust curve, your total output thrust, because your combustion chamber surface area is changing, goes up because your mass flow rate goes up because you can burn more fuel. Until you get to the very end, and then you get a tail off and bye-bye. You can't sustain the chamber pressure anymore because the chamber's too big and there's no more fuel to burn, right? Variable combustion chamber geometry. Because of this, well, in the 60s, they figured out that if you pack the grain into different shapes, you can get the SRBs to throttle, like that. See? You can get SRBs to throttle. You can get them to throttle by changing the combustion chamber geometry over time, and that physically is programmed into the SRB, or mechanically programmed into the SRB by literally how the shape that they pack the grain. Now, with that being said, we saw this one, a circle. Because your combustion chamber geometry, or your combustion chamber surface area is increasing over time, you get more propellant to burn because your surface area is bigger, so your thrust is a progressive curve. It goes up over time. Now look, you can pack one, and this is what the rockets in Kerbal do. Number 1, that's what they do. You can have a flat curve, you could have a tail-off curve, you could have a regressive curve, you could have a curve that goes down. You could have another type of regressive curve over here that goes straight to the end. How you physically pack the grain in the SRB yields a different throttleable result. With that being said, with the shuttle SRBs, you can combine segments. So some segments could have a perfect circle if you want to increase thrust, like right at liftoff. So you'll see some segments that are perfectly circular. But some segments on the SRB are star patterns. Some of them are a boat anchor. Actually, it's mostly star pattern and circle. You combine them. And if you combine them, right, as it burns out, you can basically program your thrust surface area over time with how you pack the grain. So you can get it so the SRBs throttle up right at liftoff like this, and then as the fuel burns radial out over periods of time, you can get them to throttle down during max Q. And then you can get them to tail off after that. Thrust tailing off and SRB standing by for separation. Stacking segments can change the thrust output of the SRB over time. It's pre-programmed in because of how they physically pack the fuel inside of the SRB. And that's how they got the space shuttle boosters to cooperate with the main engines. The shuttle is not very aerodynamic. You need to throttle back or else, well, yeah, the shuttle wouldn't be able to move the air out of the way anymore, and you'll get an accordion force. And the shuttle does not like to be accordion, nor does that big hydrogen tank that it's attached to. Pretty crazy, right? So yeah, Rain, how you physically pack the grain can program the SRB. Now, in Kerbal 1, there was no way to do that until CAL controllers came along. And with a CAL controller, if you bind thrust limiter to the SRB, you can create tail off. And that's how I got my shuttle to fly so well, that last version that you guys saw. Because my SRB's throttle back for max Q. So do my engines. I manually control the engines with the throttle on the joystick. And the SRBs just do their thing. They're pre-programmed with the CAL controller. Which planet are you on? We're around Kerbin today. I'm having some trouble debugging some of my rockets, guys. First time viewer, 10 seconds in and my brain is hurting. Cool stuff, though. Good, Skinny. That's my whole... That is my stick. That's what I want to hear. I try to teach people things and play the game at the same time. That's my kind of whole sales pitch. You know what I mean? Good. I want your brain to hurt when you come in here. Now the question is, do you want your brain to hurt when you come in here? All the Shen's viewers are like, ah, frick this guy, I'm leaving. Nah, Siroth, I haven't found a way to get the joystick to work, but I haven't tried. No pain, no gain, that's right. Yeah, I like reading the dictionary, Spin. I like to break a mental sweat, too. Yeah, that's why I read the dictionary. Just kidding, but not really. I just started watching you the other day, and you put my brain through a great workout. Good, very good. Yeah. You know, it's a painting of me, taking the bull by the horns. It's a metaphor for how I live my life. But that actually happened, you know. Is this not in Kerbal just because people wouldn't understand it? Well, Keen, we've figured out ways to do it in Kerbal. But for the most part, yeah. I mean, what are you going to do? Have a programmable SRB? I don't think people would get that. Leave that to the modders, dude. And weirdos like me that like breaking things. How much of a problem do SRBs give, considering not every mission has the same characteristics? Don't liquid engines give you way more control over different trajectories? Well, you don't have to worry about that problem when you have a throttleable liquid fuel engine, do you, Laz? Seriously, the SRBs combined with the shuttle engine, man, it's like god tier. It's freaking cheating, dude. Look at SLS, guys. So, Laz, I'll use Artemis 1 as an example. So, you know, whenever you launch a rocket, now in Kerbal, whenever you launch a rocket, you kind of like, okay, I want to get to 100 kilometers by 100 kilometer circular, and then you manually fly to that trajectory, right? In real life, they have a pre-programmed trajectory, and the computer controls it, right? With SLS got 99.97% accuracy to its planned trajectory. Meaning that it was aiming for 1,000 nautical mile by 20 nautical mile orbit, and it hit a 999 kilometer by like 19 kilometer orbital insertion. Or not kilometer, nautical miles, excuse me. I mixed units there, my bad. It was aiming for 1,000 by 20, and it got like 999 by like 17 or something. It was 99.97% accurate in its insertion with solid rocket boosters. So no. The cool thing about solid rocket boosters, right? Hey, Siroth, 7-month resub. The cool thing about solid rocket boosters is that they're super freaking predictable. They are super predictable. Everybody has this mentality that SRBs aren't safe. No, they're super safe. They're super safe if you engineer the damn O-rings correctly. And they're super predictable. You know exactly what it's going to do. It has one moving part. Super predictable. Yeah, there was that one snafu with the damn O-rings, but the crazy part about that is that wasn't a design flaw. It turns out when you don't engineer an SRB to launch in the cold and launch it in the cold anyway, it's gonna break. Funny how that works. I'm not gonna go off-roading in a Prius. Why? Because it wasn't designed that way. And if I go and do that and I break something on the Prius, am I gonna get upset that the Prius is a bad design? No. You went off-roading in a freaking Prius. What do you want? Go get a 4x4 like a normal person. Solids are super, super safe and super, super freaking reliable. They never don't work. They tried to warn about Sub-Zero launches. Yeah, Willie, that's called... So that in engineering is called the normalization of deviance. And this is why I always beat into everybody's heads here that you have to understand what the frick you made. If the rocket is doing something that you didn't want it to do, well, guess what? That's pretty bad engineering. And that bad engineering, you know, if people are playing Kerbal in the hopes of being an engineer someday, it's better to learn this sooner rather than later. If it's doing something that you don't want, you have to figure out why it's doing something that you don't want and then fix that problem. Deviant engineering gets people hurt. Doesn't matter if it's civil engineering. It doesn't matter if it's aerospace. It doesn't matter if it's mechanical. Yeah, if it's doing something you don't want, you got a big problem. Software, same deal. I can think of several examples where software engineering and deviant software engineering had some really bad problems and people get hurt. Us Prius off-roaders are a proud people. There are dozens of us. Read Alan McDonald's book on Challenger if you really want a sharp look at this. Yeah, Ivan, that's a good book to read. I've read the Rogers Commission a lot. And probably should go review it again, but it doesn't matter. Rogers Commission is the accident investigation report from Challenger. Neil Armstrong was on it. So was Sally Ride. It's a pretty damn good report. Teach you a lot about that stuff. Teach you a lot about engineering ethics. Oh, yeah. And what about Ares 1? Would that have been a problem potentially since it only had a solid rocket booster for the first stage? So, yes and no. I'm going to rebuild this fairing here, guys, and I'm going to see if this works, okay? I'm going to rebuild the fairing and see if this works with our trial payload, okay? So let's go into this view. So Ares 1, people either love it or hate it. Ares 1 gets a bad rap, I think, and the reason why it gets a bad rap is because Ares 1 was basically axed mid-development, okay? So people are like, oh, I hate stick rocket. That rocket's a piece of junk. It would have killed people. Oh, okay. How? Alright, there we go. Check mark. So how was Ares 1 going to kill people? Well, the two things that people come at me with how Ares 1 was going to kill people is the SRB in the first stage. But the reason why they were worried about the SRB in the first stage causing problems is that potential launch abort contingencies, if the wind was blowing the wrong way, had the Orion capsule, if it in-flight aborted, flying through the SRB plume, which would burn the parachutes. Okay, so you don't launch when it's windy. There are plenty of rockets that have wind constraints. That was just a problem to solve. They didn't know what the wind conditions were for a potential abort scenario, so if the wind's blowing the wrong way, don't launch. That seems to be a thing with other rockets. Just putting it out there. The other thing... Yeah, D-Doom, for sure. Damn, Siroth. Look, this rocket can't launch underwater. It's a bad rocket. A lot of rockets have wind constraints. Shuttle included. In fact, wind constraints are what got Challenger. The SRB O-ring didn't have that much to do with it, believe it or not. They had launched the shuttle and the O-rings had failed in the past. That happened. Oh yeah, that happened, and they were just like, man, it's fine. It worked. It made it into space, right? We good. Narrator. They weren't. Challenger, when it launched on January 28, 1986, did not have one launch constraint violation. Temperature, as everybody knows. They had two. It was too windy. Too windy and too cold. But you launched it anyway. That put the rocket into what's called a failure mode. A failure mode is unanalyzed conditions for your rocket. What does that mean in plain English? Basically, you know how it's going to fly if the SRB O-ring doesn't fail. You've tested that. You don't know how it's going to fly if the SRB O-ring fails. You don't know what it's going to do. It might make it into space. You haven't analyzed that. You haven't figured it out. You don't know what it's going to do. There hasn't been reasonable testing. Where did it fail? Where did the O-ring fail? How did it fail? Was it because of temperature? Was it because of pressure? What happened? Right? You don't know. So you put it into a failure mode, an unknown unknown. So they launched it. And then it was too windy. The SRB O-ring failed instantly right on the pad. And then it sealed itself up just like it did in the past. And then the SRB, right around max Q, got hit with a gigantic wind shear. The wind shear was the highest registered wind shear from any rocket ever flying on Cape Canaveral ever. And that separated the back end of the SRB, and that's the end of that. See what I mean? So Ares 1, saying the wind is a problem for Ares 1 is probably one of the weirdest things I've ever heard. Some rockets you can't launch in the wind.
Discovery.
It's just
go
kind of
and
how
throttle
that
up.
rolls. There's a lot of rocket launches that get scrubbed because of wind constraint violations. That happens all the time, actually. Rhino, 17-month resub. Yo, EJ. Oh, I've seen City Skylines for sure. Okay, Esty, I got it. Thank you. So, the wind constraint violation for Ares 1 in abort windows that's not really a problem. Now, the second problem that people ran into with Ares 1 is the second problem why, like, oh, I don't like Ares 1, is because the SRB vibrations. So what NASA was working on at the time was basically a gigantic shock absorber built into the inner stage, so the vibrations given off from a single SRB doesn't cause any problems. See, there's something that they didn't know about when they went to test the shuttle.
Discovery. Go and throttle up.
Hey, Brew, 21-month resub. Thank you. There's something they didn't know about when they went to test the shuttle. And what they didn't really kind of put together is that the resonant vibrations from an SRB are really, really bad. SRBs, despite having one part, they shake. They shake a lot. They shake a lot because they are the most powerful rocket engines we've ever flown, not tested. We've tested stronger ones. Caster 260, I'm looking at you. These right here, the 4-segment boosters on the shuttle and the 5 segments on the SLS are the most powerful rocket engines ever flown by a long shot. One of these SRBs produces like the space shuttle SRB. So the 4-segment produces more thrust than a Falcon 9 first stage, and it's one engine. Falcon 9 has 9 engines. Some food for thought. It's like 1.5 million pounds of thrust per booster, and there's 2 of them. They vibrate a lot. That's a lot of thrust. So when they launched the shuttle, they are actually seeing that on the shuttle's external tank, there's a gigantic strut that attaches the forward SRB, and it goes through this out to the other SRB, and then it kind of holds them together. There's a gigantic metal piece. It's a gigantic aluminum, it looks like a trestle bridge, right? And it connects the 2 SRB forward hold down points so the SRBs don't do this when the vehicle's flying. It holds them true. It holds them together. That's really important. You need that. Yep. Yeah, that's kind of important. But structurally, it's important. But they were figuring out that an SRB here, right, with that strut going through and another SRB down like that, they figured out that the vibrations weren't as bad. They weren't really as bad as they saw testing a single SRB. You know why? The entire space shuttle external tank with SRBs connected together turns into a gigantic tuning fork. True story. The whole thing turns into a huge tuning fork. If you look at it, it's it's the right shape, that's for sure. It looks like that, with the strut connecting the SRBs together. The SRB vibrations actually get canceled out, like on a tuning fork. The whole thing turns into a gigantic tuning fork, and it makes the ride bearable into space. Now, with Ares 1, you don't have the tuning fork, so they had to put a damper in that dampened out the vibrations so you don't hit a resonant frequency and blow the tank up. Resonant frequencies like that can happen with rockets. It happens all the time. You know how, like, you have a singer, like, and there's a singer and there's a wine glass, and they're like, yo, and the thing explodes? Resonant frequencies can cause things to just explode. And that happens with rockets. NASA tested a lot of rockets in the 60s, and it turns out that certain frequencies can just undo a bolt. You have a bolt that's holding something together, the rocket engine fires, it vibrates so much the bolt just backs out. Whoop, bye-bye. No more bolt. Fuel line gets disconnected. Bye-bye. Whole rocket blows up. Yep. Oh, that happens. So with Ares 1, they needed a damper. They were designing a damper for the inner stage that would make it so the second stage didn't pop like a wine glass. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were working on that. Main reason why Ares 1 gets such a bad rap is because it was canceled during development. There were problems that needed to be solved that are solvable that never got solved. Imagine how much Falcon 9 would suck if they stopped development after Falcon 9 1.0. You know, people would have said, oh, Falcon 9 could have been reusable. They could have reused it. They could have reused it. It would have been fine. No, we never would have found out if SpaceX went belly up in the early 2010s. We never would have figured that one out. But sometimes you just got to push through. If you push through, you'll end up getting something like Falcon 9 Block 5. And reusing boosters 15 or 16 times is not that big of a deal. Sometimes you just got to push through those challenges. Unlike Max Q, you don't want to push through that. That's a bad idea. How about that for bringing this conversation full circle, huh? We had problems with blasting machines.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Turbines would resonate and vibrate. Oh yeah, vibrations are a pain in the butt. What percentage of an SRB's cost is propellant versus the casing? So Pigzig, I know where that question is going. Hey, DPick, 29-month resub. So Pigzig, I know where you're going with that. You're good. This conversation is leading into SRB reuse, right? Am I right? Yeah, there you go, Noah. So use the laws to your advantage. If the laws of physics are inalienable, use them to your advantage instead of trying to push against them. Yeah, more or less. So, the shuttle wanted to reuse SRBs. Does reusing SRBs make sense? No, it does not make sense unless you do it in quantity. So, are SRBs expensive to make? No, not really. Pretty easy to make, right? But do they take a long time to make? Well, yeah, packing the grain inside of the casing takes a little bit of time. It has to cure like concrete, right? You have to leave it there for a little while. So SRBs aren't particularly expensive, but they're a manufacturing bottleneck. Anyone ever play Factorio? It's such a manufacturing bottleneck, right? What happens when you have a manufacturing bottleneck? You have to incorporate an idea from industrial engineering called lean manufacturing. You scale around the bottleneck, right? So what they were doing with the SRBs in the shuttle is because the SRBs took so long to make and they wanted to fly once a week, it made sense to reuse the casings, right? I can think of another example with a modern rocket. Fairings on Falcon 9, same idea. Fairings aren't particularly expensive to make on Falcon 9, Pig. They're not. $4 to $5 million to make one fairing. That's nothing compared to the $40 million price tag of Falcon 9, right? It's nothing. That's almost inconsequential. It's not. Nothing is inconsequential in economics. Important thing to learn. But it's nothing in comparison to reusing a first stage, a $20 million first stage, right? But fairings take a long time to make. They take weeks because with a fairing, you need to basically bake the fairing inside at high pressure inside of a gigantic easy bake oven. It's a big autoclave. Autoclaves are basically a gigantic pressure cooker. They're an industrial pressure cooker that could cook something the size of a school bus. With the fairings, it takes weeks to make them. Months. They have to go into the autoclave for a couple of days, actually. And then they have to cure after that. And then you have to outfit them with all the pieces that they need. They take a long time to make. So SpaceX thought it'd be a better idea to reuse fairings, not because you're saving money per se, but because you need that to support flight rate, which is exactly why the shuttle wanted to reuse the SRBs, and the exact reason why SLS doesn't, because SLS doesn't have a high flight rate. I very much disagree with that, but there you go. I mean, I think SLS should fly every year, 4 times a year. Screw it. But yeah, anyway, let's try this thing with the fairing here. Let's see what it does. Is there a reason for it to being way more powerful than liquid fuel engines? Less moving parts? A good question, Doom. Oh, it did the thing again.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Look. What the heck's that about, man? Crap. All right. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, look at my frames went to crap, dude. Why? I launched this rocket just a second ago without any fairing and it was fine. The frames were crystal clear. So Doom, is there a reason for it to being way more powerful than a liquid engine? Less moving parts. It's not necessarily less moving parts. Yep, see, it did it again. It's just not fairing, yeah. So, Doom, the reason why you can get more power out of an SRB, so, okay. Think about it like this. You have a liquid fuel engine with a turbo pump on it, all right? You're basically limited with a liquid fuel engine to how much liquid fuel and how much liquid oxidizer you can deliver to that into the combustion chamber, all right? How high of a combustion chamber pressure can you sustain? Now, with a rocket with a turbo pump, right? There's a theoretical maximum RPM for the turbo pumps. They won't spin any faster. You try to spin them faster, they break. Right? So there's only so much propellant you can move into that combustion chamber, right? Before you start to have problems. Now, liquid fuel engines are better in this regard because you can change the RPM on the fuel pump and make a throttleable rocket engine, theoretically. Not all liquid fuel engines can throttle very well. There's other reasons for that. I won't get into it. With an SRB, all the propellant's in the combustion chamber already. So you can sustain a much higher chamber pressure. Oh yeah, you can make a much more powerful engine. You don't need to worry about delivering propellant. The propellant's already in the combustion chamber. It's inside of the case. You're good to go. So you can make a much bigger SRB. In fact, the biggest one, you know, the reason why I say the shuttle boosters, right, are the shuttle and SLS boosters are the biggest ones ever flown and not tested is because, well, NASA proved that with this. Actually, Aerojet did, if you really want to know. Give me one moment. I got to find the right picture. And you get a higher mass fraction. Yeah, that's a good one to know as well. NASA and the Air Force partnered with Aerojet, not Rocketdyne, with Aerojet, and they made this, the AJ260 or Castor 260. Okay, you see that? You see how big it is? Look at the truck. Look at the truck. That should tell you how big that is. It's a 260-inch diameter. I don't know, Keen Bop. I'm going to give Kerbal a restart here. Yeah, the crazy thing is that that's just a test motor. This is just a test piece. The actual Castor 260, had they chosen to do it, would have been double the size. That's half of the booster size. Yeah. Yeah. Castor 260. What they were trying to do is figure out a way to do a solid rocket motor for Saturn 1B's first stage, and making Saturn 1B basically into kind of an Ares 1 thingamajigger. That's 260-inch diameter. Yeah. 260 inches. So for the metric folk, 260 inches. So 260 times 25, 6,500 millimeter. 6,500 millimeter. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's not small. He always mentions how you just can't. You always mention how you just can't scale up liquid fuel engines, but can SRBs scale up? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, duh. Of course you can. There is a theoretical limit here with with the shell or the case, right? There's a theoretical limit here, but SRBs are freaking magic in terms of flight performance, dude. Oh yeah. Yeah, see the truck? See what I'm talking about? That's my truck. That's an F100. That's a 59 F100 or a 60. It could be. I don't know. I'd have to look at the front. So that's my truck. My truck from the 50s is not small. It could easily drive in through the throat of this thing. You could easily put like a 2-lane road inside of the damn throat. What's SRB? Solid rocket booster. Watching home. That's right, Willie. 260-inch diameter, dude. She's a monster. Yeah, SRBs can scale up. The interesting thing, if you want to get more into this, okay? You want to get more into this, you can scale liquid fuel engines up, but the fuel delivery mechanism has to be changed. You can make a liquid fuel engine the size of that solid, sure, no problem. You just got to find a way to deliver the fuel. Now, there have been concepts out there, nothing has ever been kind of done, but there have been concepts of liquid fuel engines that are the size of that SRB, right? But they don't have any turbo pumps, pressure fed system. So you'd need helium ullage tanks and use the residual, you'd need to use the residual tank pressure to get the optimum flow rates of propellants. You could theoretically scale up a liquid fuel engine with no turbo pumps using a gigantic pressure fed system. Basically the equivalent of like taking a balloon and opening up and blowing up a balloon and letting it go. You could do that, sure. Why not? Well, sure, absolutely. But that's a big dumb booster. You don't get much control over it doing stuff like that. And if you don't drain the pressure at the right rates, it's really hard to dial something like that in. Are turbopumps like the most failure-prone parts these days? The turbopump inlet pressures are the bottleneck for sure. But Raptor is kind of bucking that trend. The reason why Raptor is bucking that trend is because they found better ways to get the turbopump to spin faster. It finally happened. Jigsy, did you get it? Oh, nope, you brought KSC with you. Okay, cool. I wonder if you could do multiple turbopumps in an engine the same way you can do multiple engines on a rocket stage. Well, Aqualex, yeah, of course you can. Simple answer. What do you think that does? That has 4 turbopumps on it, dude. Shuttle engines have 4. They have 4. There's a low-pressure oxidizer, low-pressure liquid fuel pump, and then there's a high-pressure oxidizer, high-pressure liquid fuel pump. It has stage. It's a stage turbopump because of this fuel-rich stage combustion cycle. Look at a plumbing diagram, dude. See? You have 4 turbines spinning here. Pretty cool, huh? So the reason why they needed to do this, Aqualex, is because they needed to get the hydrogen flowing through the nozzle. The shuttle flows hydrogen. The shuttle engine uses liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, right? It flows hydrogen through the nozzle, and the nozzle heats up that hydrogen, and that heated up hydrogen drives the turbines. They have one pump to pump stuff into the nozzle, right? And then they have another one. The hot hydrogen comes out of the nozzle and it drives that turbo pump, right? And then after that, it dumps into the fuel preburner. And they mix it with a little bit of oxidizer. The reason why they want to do this is, the reason why they do that with the hydrogen is because if you can get that hydrogen to spread out, if you get it to spread out more, you can get better what's called atomization, okay? So in any type of chemical deflagration with a rocket, so basically blowing something up, right? Blowing something up. Simple, right? Anytime you get chemical deflagration, what you really want to do to get a more efficient burn is to get stuff to spread out. Because if you get your fuel to spread out, particularly in a gas form, and you get your oxidizer to spread out, or you get your fuel to spread out and you spray liquid oxidizer into it, right? That's more of an opportunity for your liquid fuel oxidizer, liquid oxygen in the case of the shuttle engine, finding hydrogen and sticking to it. That's atomization. That's what happens. It's kind of like think about it like surface tension with water. Water will cling to things, kind of like that, but not the exact same thing. Okay. So if you get your air, you take your liquid fuel and you turn it to air because you turn it to gas basically because you exchange the heat with the nozzle, right? It spreads out, and it spreads out like crazy. And then if you spray liquid oxygen into that, right? More liquid oxygen can atomize with more liquid hydrogen. And then if you blow that up, you get it to spread out even more. And then it goes into the engine again. And then you get a very efficient burn. And if you do that with hydrogen, right? If you do that with hydrogen, you can get a super efficient engine that makes a super amount of thrust. And that's what the shuttle engine does. Shuttle engine is nuts. It's absolutely insane. Because it's basically a jet engine firing into a rocket engine. On the fuel side, it's a jet engine that shoots its exhaust into a rocket engine. And that's why these things are called pre-burners, right? That's why the main power head on the space shuttle is called a pre-burner and not an afterburner, like on a jet engine. What does an afterburner do? Well, you spray fuel into the hot gas that's coming out of a jet engine, right? And you get a much more powerful burn, right? That's what the shuttle engine does. It's a pre-burner, not an afterburner. You're spraying hydrogen jet engine exhaust into a rocket engine to get the hydrogen to spread out so you could spray more oxygen in it and get a more efficient burn. The more oxidizer that combines with more hydrogen, more efficient, You're way more efficient that way. Makes sense, right? It's crazy. Wait till you see Raptor. Raptor does this on both sides. Raptor turns oxidizer and fuel to gas and then combines them and then blows it up. Pretty cool. That's why they're called pre-burners, man. Because it's an afterburner for the rocket engine, but the afterburner exhaust goes into the rocket engine. That's nuts. Every shuttle launch did that. Every single one of them. Isn't that cool? Dude, that's the most metal thing I've ever heard in my life. Right? That stuff's dope, man. This is why I love rocket engines. It's so cool. Now, the crazy part about this is, dudes, not everybody has access to a rocket engine. But you can show this phenomenon with any internal combustion engine. In fact, if you guys are a fan of Destin, you're a fan of Smarter Every Day, that YouTube channel, remember that carburetor video that he did? Anybody watch that? The carburetor video? Is there anyone that mixes propellants before going through the injector plate? Well, that's what a pre-burner does, Hellfish. You remember that carburetor video? You remember when the piston went down and the valve opened and all that gas kind of trickled into the venturi and then it spread out and got sucked into the engine? Same thing. Carburetors atomize fuel and air. That's what they do. They atomize it. It's the same thing as a rocket motor, man. Same thing. You don't need a rocket to see fuel atomization. If you put a camera looking down into a carburetor when an engine is on, you will see fuel get atomized. You can physically see that happening. Quadrajet supremacy. Yeah, more like quadra junk. Got him. I didn't even know how a carburetor worked before that vid. Pretty cool, huh? It's all about mixing the fuel and air. Fuel and oxidizer get a uniform rapid burn. And if you could spread it out, you spread it out more, and a carburetor does that by a venturi with pressure change, right? If you could spread it out more, you could spray more fuel, or you can get more fuel to combine with more oxidizer. If you can get more fuel to combine with more oxidizer and put that in a combustion chamber and blow it up, you get a more powerful, more efficient explosion. The same is the case with cars. A car with a turbocharger on it, same idea. You're forcing more air into the engine. You can get more air into the engine. You get more air into the engine. You spray more fuel. You can make more power with the same motor. Nitrous does the same thing, but with oxidizer, right? I mean, a turbo does the same thing with atmosphere, but nitrous, right? With nitrous on the car, the go fast button that they use in the Fast and Furious, what they're doing is they're increasing the oxidizer content going into the engine. With nitrous, you're running 33% O2 instead of 21% O2, which is what our atmosphere is. You think that's air you're breathing now? The air that you are breathing right now is 79% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and then there's a little bit of other stuff that you probably don't want to be breathing, right? Like greenhouse gases and whatnot, right? That's 21% oxidizer. You spray 33% oxidizer in, right? You're going to get a much more powerful explosion because you increase the oxidizer. You increase the oxidizer, increase the fuel, and the same combustion chamber volume, you get a much more powerful explosion. This is why when you hit nitrous, sometimes the engine just voids itself. Yep, Brimo's calling me. Give me 1 second. I wanted to finish that. Can I help you?
Yes, you can, actually.
You're on stream. What's up?
You know how we had like a second power outage the other day?
Yeah.
Or even today? The fridge is off, and I don't know how to turn it on.
The fridge is off?
Yeah.
Is it warm in there? Or is the light not turning on?
The light's not on. I couldn't get water or ice from it.
Yeah, we had a power surge today. Is your refrigerator running?
It's not. That's the problem.
Then why don't you go catch it? All right. Cool. Okay. I'll be over there in a second. I gotta go screw with the breakers. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, I'll be up there in a second.
Okay, love you.
Bye. Love you. So, atomization. Spread out the fuel, spread out the oxidizer as much as you can, and then blow it up. More efficient explosion. Shuttle engines do that. Raptor does that. Raptor is bucking that trend because Raptor has 2 pre-burners on the oxidizer and the fuel side. It's 2 jet engines shooting into a rocket engine. It's crazy. Home ownership. What are you going to do? All right, fellas. Hey, I'll be right back 1 second. I hope you guys enjoyed this stuff. I love it, dude. Rockets are so cool. It's so freaking cool. And when I get back, I'm going to give Kerbal a little bit of a restart here. And, yeah, then we'll restart and we'll try to fly this again. Be back in a moment, okay? Look at me, Dr. Zoidberg. Homeowner. That's right. Homeowner, me, Zoidberg. I never thought this would happen, but it ha... No, I gotta go change the breakers. I'll be back in a moment.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, you got to unmute the stream to come back. Hey, I'm a professional at this. I just thought I'd let you know. I'm a professional one. Like, yeah, I'm pretty big deal. I have leather-bound books, and my apartment smells of my house smells of rich mahogany. Oh, turbo pumps in parallel. Oh, Aqualex. Damn it! You almost gave me the perfect segue into shuttle engines, though. Turbo pumps in parallel. So, twin turbskis. Damn right. So, Aqualux, here's the thing. I've never heard of an engine using parallel turbo pumps like that. I've never heard it happen. Never even heard of that. Is it possible? Oh, I'm sure it's possible. But whenever I see something like that, okay, so no one's doing that, right? Why? Why is nobody doing that? Well, there's two reasons. It's one or the other. First reason is that nobody's had the money to try and research something like that, which is that makes sense. Two, it doesn't make any sense to do it. That's why nobody's doing it. There's some reason why you wouldn't do that, and I'll be honest with you, dude, I have no freaking clue what that reason is. Our struts physics-less. Struts are physics-less, yes. Was the A1 on the Atlas V not a parallel system? It's a good question. Some of the early Soviet rockets had twin power heads. Yeah. Don't do sea lasts anymore. Look what the gods have brought. Oh yeah, City Skylines too. Somebody asked thoughts on City Skylines and Unreal. Yeah, I don't know, fellas. I've never heard of parallel turbopumps, dude. But then again, that doesn't mean that they don't exist. Rockets are a freaking rabbit hole like that, dude. Just when you think you've seen everything, you'll get, like, excuse my language, you'll get bitch slapped by a new idea. You're just like, well, okay, yeah, that's a thing, sure. Sweet. I'm gonna take my time out there, excuse me. Hey, I'm not above cursing during the day, just like you guys aren't either. I'll take my time out. Okay, cool. Let's test this rocket. Launchpad 2, gang. Yeah, I don't want to do that anymore, public. There's just too many people in here nowadays. And, like, you know what, dude? It's not a bad problem to have. But, yeah, it's easier for me if you guys just type it out again, dude. I'm 12 and what is... You're 12 and what is this, Stone? Banned. Not really. Anyway. Is that the 2 green boxes? The 2 green boxes are the avionics packages, dude. Wait, what are we talking about here? That's an RD-180. What are you guys looking for? So, the RD-180 has a oxygen preburner. It's an oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle. So it has that jet engine thingamajigger. It's over here. That's your preburner. That little the space core that's right there. Up there is your avionics. Those are your hydraulic power actuator or hydraulic thrust vector control systems. Fun fact: the RD-180, the hydraulics for the gimbal, that's using rocket fuel. It uses RP1. Why would you have a closed-loop hydraulic system? Then you need an accumulator, blah, blah, blah. Screw that. You don't need that. Rocket fuel is the hydraulic fluid. And then it goes through the hydraulic, goes out, and it goes into the rocket engine. You missed the memo. Pumps in parallel have the same head pressure, but split the flow rate. Opposite of pumps in series, which have the same flow rate, but increase head pressure. Yeah, but no. I understand why you would do it. I've just never seen anybody do that. Like, can you give me... Is there an example of a flight motor that does that? I don't know of one off the top of my head. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay, we've cleared the pad. Go for roll program. Let's see if this thing does it. Yeah, Aqualux. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that, dude. Was that countdown in Romanian? No, it was in Kerbal. Kerbalese. It's backwards Spanish, Nick. Now the SAS is correcting a roll rate, which is interesting. It was in Lanaps. Yeah, there you go.
Discovery.
Hey,
go
Ark.
throttle up.
31-month resub. Dynamic pressure is... Okay, we have max Q. Okay. It's flying perfect. What the balls, dude? I don't understand that one. That one may... I don't know what's causing that. It's some weird garbage collection system, guys. I would restart the game after every launch. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, flies great. It's got to be garbage collection or a memory leak or something, because look, our frames are really buttery smooth, even though it says 17 up there. Frames are buttery smooth and the vehicle works fine. It didn't freak out at all. I tried to induce a roll on it. During that, it didn't. Look at how smooth that separation is. That's perfect. Yeah, Zeppelin. Yeah, I know. I said that. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? Huh. That's peculiar. Alright, well, it works. It works just fine. We have payload in there, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, rates are great. We're 237 by negative 427 though, so our orbital insertion was caca, but oh, music came back. I think I separated the tank. Yeah, we did. Bye, fairings. Yeah, we didn't need that decoupler anyway. Oh God, we did need that. Oh!
Discovery.
My,
Throttle up.
oh, there go the engines. We needed that. Damn. All right, so that worked. Interesting. It's interesting, dude. I launched that same thing just a second ago, and it did not work. That thing worked fine. And I noticed that we were getting terrible frames there a second ago. How much memory is Kerbal using right now? Right out of the gates. Like during a restart, it's at 5 gigs, and it's staying at 5 gigs. Interesting. Okay. All right. Dump that. Right? Is it the reload F5, F9? I never quick save and quick loaded, dude. Well, it is in early access. Oh, I know, Freya. Yeah, absolutely. I know. Oh, I know the early access. I'm not I'm not like, oh my God, I'm not doing that. I know it's in early access. I'm trying to find the bug. I'm trying to find the bug. I am fortunate enough to actually have a line with the devs. So if I find a bug and I send it off to them in a detailed bug report, oh yeah, they'll fix it. Oh yeah. They dropped that first patch yet? Nah, lazy, not yet, bro. Oh yeah, we've isolated a strutting bug already. Yeah, we isolated it. Don't attach struts to the launch clamps. If you attach a strut to the launch clamp that goes to the vehicle, your vehicle will explode when you leave the pad. That is confirmed over multiple craft files. Yeah, that absolutely happens. When did you do that docking and rendezvous tutorial? Like, do you remember the day of the week? Thursday. I think it was Thursday. It was either Wednesday or Thursday, Bree. Who attached struts to clamps? Well, PY, I was having a problem where my vehicle just kind of sank. It's not sinking anymore. Weirdly enough. Alright, well, now let's go get the MTV, right? Please, not green, dead crew. Please, not green. Okay. Copy that part. This is the transfer vehicle that I'm trying to make. I've been trying to make this vehicle for a good while. Sorry, we went on a little bit of a tangent with talking about rocket parts. But I figured you guys want to know stuff like that. Now let's go in here, paste that sucker. Ah, Fruit Loops. Okay, so this is the last piece that I'm trying to get in here. And yeah, if anybody can go find a parallel turbo pumps, yeah, that would be useful. Zeppelin, when you said, you know, the shuttle has parallel turbo pumps, like, I know, but that's not, I don't think that's exactly what we're trying to refer to. I'm thinking of like 2 liquid fuel turbo pumps and 2 oxidizer turbo pumps. Sorry, it took me a second because, you know, I was looking for parallel and you said the shuttle and I'm like, what? I'm not sure what motors would have the need to keep the head pressure the same across multiple ducts in parallel, but different flow rates. Maybe if there's a tap off from the flow, but it needs a different pressure down the line. Yeah, exactly, Novus. I've never heard of, like, there's a, like, okay, so as far as I know, like, just what you said kind of corroborates that. There's a reason why people don't do that. I've never seen anything like that. Like 2 liquid fuel pumps and 2 oxidizer pumps all feeding into 1 injector plate. I've never seen anything like that. And if you've never seen anything like that, there's a good reason for it. It's either some kind of material science limitation, or it's too expensive to do, or it just doesn't make sense. It's one of those things. One of those 3. I said 2 before. It could be one of those 3. There's a reason why no one's doing it. I'm just curious to the reason. But yeah, I've never seen anything like that, dude. It doesn't make sense when the way you explained it, you know, like, well, it does make sense with the way you explained it. It doesn't make sense to do it the way you explained it. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, cool. We got our struts. Let's try to launch this stupid thing into space. I've been trying to do that for hours. Yeah, BK. If I was strutting, we ran a strut from the clamp to the vehicle and we tried to launch it, it explodes. Yeah, it doesn't like it, dude. All right. Beltals. Sound suppression system is on. Fly, baby, fly. We're back to getting the crappy frames. But that might just be because of higher part count. We'll see if she freaks out. Into the clouds. Nah, sweet. Not seeing any difference there. $13, $12. So there's a slight difference, dude, but it's not too much. I'm losing it again. What the frick, dude? It's that payload. It's the frickin' payload. That's so strange, dude. Here, let me give it more gimbal. Let's see if we can compensate. Yeah, noted, Aqualex. Yeah, I saw it. Huh. Yeah, me too, man. Yeah, just a normal mid-flight flip. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, Natch. Yes, maybe. We're doing something with that payload. My only guess is that it's copy and pasted, and that's what's breaking it. Do a barrel roll. To barrel roll, press C or R twice. Do a barrel roll. Use the boost to get through. Ah, help! Help, Fox, I'm hit! Oh, thanks, Fox. Sure, pal. What? Shut up, Slippy! Help! I'm hit! God, that frog was so damn useless. Ugh. If you know what I'm talking about. He's freaking useless. You always had to save it. It's combat babysitting. I hated that. Stupid fox. Stupid frog. Help! I'm hit! Get out of here, Slippy! I remember going over to my buddy's house, and my buddy was like, we'd go over and we'd play Star Fox, right? And my buddy was, this was like in the 90s, like in the, like 96, 97 or something like that. I'd go over to my buddy's house, and he'd be like, dude, in school, he'd be like, dude, I figured out a way to beat it. I figured out a way to beat that mission. I figured out a way to beat the mission where Slippy keeps dying. And I'm like, okay, how'd you do it? And he's like, oh yeah, just shoot Slippy down at the beginning. And then we went over to his house and we did it. Shot him right out of the sky. And he beat the mission. I'm not even kidding. That's how we beat that mission. I forget what mission it was though. Just shoot Slippy down. No, Fox, why? Get out of here, you stupid frog. I'm not even kidding. That absolutely happened. And because we didn't have to worry about it, we could just beat the mission. It didn't dawn on us at the time, though. We could just ignore it and let him die and just beat the mission. But thank you for your service, Slippy. Dude. How great would it be if we were so good with rockets in like the next 30 years if some private company did a flip in the unnamed rocket at launch just for style? That'd be pretty cool. Starship's the closest we're gonna get to that, Esco, right? Doing that flip and burn and landing. Well, I mean, this thing flipped into space and it's still working, so, you know. Oh, our freaking azimuth and trajectory were terrible. Oh dear. Honestly, though, trying to having a rocket do that and flip around would obliterate the rocket immediately. Aero forces in real life would just rip it to shreds. To shreds, you say? Yes. Yes, I did. Yes! I beat you! Yes! Ha ha! Ha! I win. Or something. Not sure it can circularize. Bruh. Remember that whole shuttle engine thing that I have going on here? Shuttle engines are cheating, dudes. They are cheating. Easily. It's cheating. It's too easy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
P65, it got away from us a little bit. Yeah, that's not going to work because we won't be able to do an insertion. But the flip maneuver did get us there, which is interesting. That's interdasting. Aggressively breaks the spaghetti. Panther, you remember that video that I sent you? Yeah, you should go watch it again. Let's just try full throttle like that. Wait, where are the struts? Oh no, don't tell me it was that Where's the strut? Where's the beef? Oh boy. Yeah, that strut is kind of important. The one that holds the engines in place. That's kind of... I swear if that's the reason why this hasn't been working, I'm going to be a little annoyed. I'm sitting here trying to chase a bug. It's that. What's the max gimbal? 10.5 degrees. Now, let's do a real test here. Let's see if that was the problem. If we set this back to 30, because the engines weren't strutted, which means they're bouncing around at liftoff. The attachment joint isn't enough to hold this thing together. You need to strut it. Just like we needed to strut the tanks and everything, right? If this is enough, then I'm going to be a little peeved. It's held together by love and friendship. Love and friendship doesn't work when you're trying to beat the laws of physics, okay? Or perhaps the laws of physics cease to exist on your stove. Were they magic grits? I mean, are we to believe that the place that you bought your grits was the same place where Jack bought his beanstalk beans? Yes. Are you sure about that 5 minutes? Are you sure about that 5 minutes? Anyway. Ooh, this is very nice. Okay, maybe a little bit of an additional strut down there at the engines is gonna fix this. This looks real good. Did you order the code red, huh? No, I ordered the code brown. Wait. I'm trying to get to Eve, Sam. I'm trying to get to Eve this entire time. The rocket isn't cooperating. And we also isolated a lot of bugs, which I really feel good about. But also... Okay. Brake controllers are good. What's a U? 2 what? What is a U? Oh, I'm sorry, the 2 youths. Okay, everything's looking good here. Dynamic pressure is getting a little bit higher. Pitch controllers, gimbal locked. Pause the simulation tank. Brought it back in line. Did you say Jerry Gallo? Not Jerry Callo. C-A-L-L-O. Jerry Gallo's dead. Yes, setting the engines out to 10 degrees of gimbal will help compensate. But we seem to be working well. Seems to be working well. Flight trajectory on this flight is doo-doo caca poo-poo. Pee-pee! Huh? News! Doo-doo caca poo-poo. Sorry. I'm sorry. Shikasha. Ah, shish kebab, Shawshank Redemption, Chicago, you're out of here. I understood that reference. News. It's still funny, dudes. It's still funny. Was that Bruce Almighty or Liar Liar? Bruce. And a little bit of Ace Ventura in there. Just as a nice sprinkle on the top there. Stand by for fairing separation. Not now, my people need me! Dude, I'm gonna put like Sepatrons in there or something to get the fairing to separate right, because that's really annoying. Do not go in there. Woo! Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ace. I'll have the plumbing checked immediately. Be sure that you do. If I had been drinking out of the toilet, I might have been killed. It's pretty hot in these rhinos. So you mentioned earlier that real flights are programmed. Are we going to be able to plan maneuvers before we even leave the launch pad so we can better plan our orbital intercepts? Or at least head in the general direction when we want to head in orbit? I mean, maybe medicated. I think it's the bad day. Stuff probably looks better on the way out. Huh? Oh, God. Still funny. Hey, I need the bloop. Set his target. Stand by for me, go. 100 by 11. We got a good orbit. Good orbital insertion. Don't forget to quick save. I think I might bring this launch back, dudes. That one worked. It worked good, but I'm noticing that... Oh. Oh, it brought our inclination in. Oh, sweet. Never mind. Forget I said anything. What we'll do is a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. There we go. Could you make a Starlink deploy, Doom? Yeah, of course. Sure. That'd be a lot of parts, though. But yeah, of course you could. I'm going to have to do some weird stuff with the SLS core stage here that you probably wouldn't be able to do. So the thing about RS-25s, we were talking about them a lot earlier. The starter motor is not attached to them. The starter motor is on the ground. They shoot helium through the engine to get it to start. Or maybe it's nitrogen. I forget. I'd have to... Helium? Nitrogen? Heligen. Oh, what the hell? What happened to the RCS? Kerbal, more like Burble space program, am I right? Hell, you know I have the reflexes of a cat and the speed of a mongoose. Throw it. I dare you. Oh, keep the ace quotes coming, man. That's what makes this fun. Ah! 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 It's in the bone. It's in the bone. Oh my god, how many times is it gonna take to get this stupid thing into space, dudes? Oh my god. Oh god. Please be fixed on the other side. What about you? I want you to comb the... Oh god, no, I'm gonna start spaceball quoting stuff. No, I gotta stop. You heard nothing. Okay, so let's go down here to the engines. The engines were strutted better, so that worked, but we gotta increase their gimbal. So let's just put them right at 100 and hope the SAS doesn't overcompensate and flip us out anyway. Pays 45 months. Thanks, man. He said, let me guess, white devil, white devil? Yeah, you speak what you do? You're going out for milk and cigarettes? Oh, pipe those, please come back. That's what my dad said. Don't do that. Do you already have the Eve ship in space? I'm trying to put the damn thing together, dude. I'm trying to put the Eve ship into space, but yeah, game do not want to be like that. Launch time or something? Oh, that's kick butt, dude. Staging it. He doesn't finish the countdown, but if you stage it like SLS, it looks really cool. Yeah, I remember Rookie of the Year. Yeah, of course. Very nice. Oh, that looks so good, dude. Yeah, Hellfish, okay. Is it better to spin the rocket or already have it pointed in the right direction? Historia, if you're a newer Kerbal player, point the rocket in the right direction. I spin it because the real rockets spin it. Why do the real rockets spin it? It's easier to make something that already is designed to roll. The rocket needs to be able to roll to control its guidance system, right? It's easier to make it do that in the air than it is to make the pad roll. I mean, with that being said, there are rockets that do make the pad roll. But it's easier to roll the rocket because the rocket already has roll controllers in it than it is to roll the entire freaking pad. With that being said, in Kerbal, it doesn't matter. You do what makes you happy. Why does it need to spin? For guidance? Rockets don't always go to the same orbit. Lark? Yeah, Paul, they don't always go to the same orbit, dude. Sometimes rockets go north. Sometimes they fly east. Sometimes they fly northeast. Sometimes they fly southeast. Sometimes they fly west. Yeah, so having a rolling to the right flight azimuth and pitching down and doing the same ascent every time is very useful. Sometimes they fly southwest, hashtag ad. Ugh, that felt gross. Smib, I don't know about you. Do you feel gross after that? I feel a little gross. Rockets do fly south for the winter. Actually, Jim, they do. Yeah, SpaceX actually prefers flying southeast during the winter because of favorable recovery conditions for Falcon 9 landings. So yes, rockets do fly south for the winter. Yeah, I know. Strange, huh? It's very weird, right? Thrust tailing off, SRB, standing by for separation. Separation confirmed. Sound. Let's go. Thank you. Well, the Falcon is a bird. All right, this rocket is working just fine. Stand by for payload fairing separation. Dude, I'm getting Separatrons that shoot at that thing. I wonder if a rocket engine blowing on the fairing is going to get it to move in a different direction. Where the heck are we going? Well, I was trying to go to Eve, but I'm trying to put together a gigantic vehicle to go to do an Eve flyby, but we haven't been making good progress. The game has been bugging us out, but
Discovery,
we've had ways to get around the bugs. I just haven't, I just decided to isolate some bugs before we got into it. And then we started talking about rocket engines, so. Ah, Jadoom, we don't give up. Never give up. Never surrender. Never give up. Never surrender. Hi, I like rockets. Yeah, Funzister. Yeah. Motorkid. 83 month resub. Viva la KSB. Oui. by Grapthor's hammer, I shall avenge you. It is, Bitfish. Really good sci-fi. By Grapthor's hammer, what a savings! We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that challenge is one we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win. And the others. Because that challenge serves to organize and measure the best of our skills. There is no strife, no prejudice, no conflict in outer space of yet. Its hazards are hostile to us all. It deserves the best put forth by all mankind. It's a good speech, guys. You should look it up. It's a good speech. Real good. Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the frickin' moon. Go to the frickin' moon. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, maybe Aqualux. Yeah, it could be that too. Sorry. I went on a little bit of a kick there. Do it, Anakin. Stew it. Yeah, there's the thing that I'm trying to get to. It's just stationary right now. That's... You know, that's fine. Yeah, Willie, you know, a lot of people think like, oh, they overwrote it. That's just convenient. You know what happened? You know what really honestly happened? The Apollo program got canceled so ridiculously fast that they didn't have time to keep the records. Didn't have time to keep the records straight. So much so that, like, dude, you can go find Apollo hardware from the damn space program. You can find that stuff on eBay. That's how quickly that program got swept under the rug when they canceled it. That's why that footage just got magically overrode, because freaking government's gonna take time to document things. And, okay, no. It is a freaking crime, dude. Canceling the Apollo program was disastrous for NASA. I don't need to say that, though. Everybody knows that. That's common knowledge. The freaking funding got pulled out from under the rug so fast that built Saturn V's didn't fly. That's why those records got lost, man. Built Saturn V's. The mission was ready to go. There we go. All right. Yeah, just us being stupid. Yeah, at least we're going back again. Yeah, I don't need to be bitter about that no more. We're good, dudes. Don't need to be bitter about that anymore. Yeah, super. I prefer those Apollos. I prefer those Saturn V's to be at the bottom of the ocean, but yeah, that's still good. All right, we got to change our inclination here. That first insertion was poo-poo. Doo-doo caca poo-poo. I don't understand the point of going back to the moon. Is it spark public interest? Holmes, if I was going to succinctly put it into one sentence, the moon is good practice for going to Mars. That's the reason. Yeah, it's good practice. I would contend to say that it is more difficult to live on the moon than it is to live on Mars. Mars at least has some semblance of an atmosphere. The moon has nothing. The way I look at it is that if we can survive living on the moon sustainably, if we could do that on the moon, we can absolutely do it on Mars. Mars would be easier. There's more stuff available to you. You can live off the land easier on Mars than you can on the moon. Just food for thought. The moon has better Wi-Fi as well, yeah. Moon dust will be a problem, Willie, but that's not insurmountable, dude. People live in the desert, and I tell you, I don't like sand. It's coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere. I'm not sure what the whole plan for the moon is. We want people staying on the moon long term. A moon base will get established right across, and we'll use it to learn how to live in deep space, dudes. That's the big one. It's like glitter. Dude, actually, moon powder isn't even glitter. It's baby powder. It's baby powder annoying. Yeah, it gets everywhere. And in the same way that if you inhale talcum powder, inhaling moon dust is not good for your lungs. That's coal dust levels of bad. They figured that one out during the Apollo program. Yeah, it's basically fiberglass. Yep, it's very fine crystalline glass. That's right. Radiation will be a problem too. Nah, not an insurmountable one, Joe. There's dudes, I don't think there's any known crazy physics limitation for us from living on the moon or Mars. We could live on both of those. We can figure out a way. We're humans, all right? Look, if the Dutch can wage a perpetual war for over 1,000 years against the sea and win, we can live on the moon. We can do that. That's more predictable than what the ocean is going to do. Just saying. No. We don't like Jar Jar here, General. We don't like Jar Jar. We don't roll like that. We're not that way, okay? Are they really winning? Well, the country still exists. Okay, I just got to get this module lined up into the right orbit so we can make another transfer vehicle. And our inclination came in a little bit off. We got to fix that. We can do it. We're humans. We're stubborn like that. We'll figure out a way. Aloha Yada. Whatever that means. Yeah, Kimbop, there you go. Just think of it like playing Oregon Trail, guys. It'll be great. What? It's true. Dude. We should make a video game like Oregon Trail, but on the moon. Moonagon Trail. Lunagon Trail. Oh god, they're all gonna die of dysentery. Well, if your water filtration system fails on the moon, yes, you absolutely will. Isn't that just RimWorld? Yeah, It is. Yeah, that is RimWorld. Yeah, RimWorld is just Space Oregon trip. Holy balls, it is. I feel uncomfortable. I hate RimWorld, dude. I hate that game so much, dude. That game pushes my buttons, man. It pushes my buttons, dude. I can't stand it. Seriously, I hate that game so much. No, it's a good game. It's a good game. It's a good game. It just pisses me off. It's Oregon Trail, not Oregon Trail. Don't say Oregon. Oregon is not how you say Oregon. You say it Oregon. Differences. G-U-N. Not Oregon. Oregano. Yes. Yeah, you could say it that way. Oregon Trail. Isn't that just rimwork? Wait. Yeah, I got you, Lex. Don't worry about it. One of my best friends growing up, his mother is from the Pacific Northwest. And yeah, when we were younger, like studying for state quizzes at my buddy's house, she'd be like, "No, you're not saying it right. You're not saying it right. You did. That's not how you say that." I'm like, okay. There's nothing gone about Oregon. Oregon. Get Gorlami. All right. Pork chop sandwiches. Oh, shoot. Get out of here. What are y'all doing? Get out. We're all dead. Get the frick out. Oh, man, did that smell good. All right. Stand by for PLF jettison. Or not PLF jettison. We're past that. Stand by for payload separation. What are you standing? You're always standing. Just go. Just go. Payload separation confirmed. Oh. Okay. Bye-bye. Now we just got to take this bad mamma jamma. Are the communications just for fun? Tiago, I don't know how ComNet works in this. To be honest with you, dude. I have no freaking clue. Okay, there we go. We're good. You're good. Deorbit that core stage. That's not how that would work at all. Okay. I don't know, Tweet. I have no idea, to be honest with you. Whatever. H3 stream is online. Oh, are we gonna watch that attempt, dudes? Ooh, we're almost in here. Let me just switch the control here. Hey, there we are, you little meat. Of course it's out of EC. What? I wonder if electrical charge has something to do with the vehicle's freezing. What is H3? It's Japan's new rocket, man. Aqualex, we would have to test it. We must test. We do what we must because we can. This was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success. Nuevo cogite. Japones, si, ay. You know I don't speak Spanish. Alright, just gonna tick the RCS here a little bit. See if we can get these two things to dock together. 10-kilometer distance. About. Get that other rendezvous in there. Get that rendezvous in there. You make this look so easy? Yeah, Tiago, I told you, 15,000 hours in KSP will do that. Here we go. Alright, switch us into target mode here. Find retrograde. And we will burn retrograde to target. Hopefully I give myself enough time. 22 meters a second differential speed. We might need to do a come on TARS here. Quit this job. Get NASA. Get a job at NASA. You know what, Joe? If they needed me, I'd be like, yeah. Yeah. To do what? What's your background? Hype Beast NASA would probably be what I would want to do. That's, nah, I ain't no rocket scientist, boy. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oops. Maybe I shouldn't work at NASA. Why are you not the supreme overlord of NASA? If that was a job title, I would definitely want to pursue it. The heck is with this thing gimbal locking? Stop it. Go away, engine. You are drunk. The engine's bent. No. It is. Oh. Why is my propulsion system bent? Look, it's not... for the love of ginger. That's very broken. Do you have some top secret info on upcoming KSP stuff? No, never. Is gaming procrastinating you from getting a space job? No, I'm not a rocket scientist, Joe. I'm a 3D artist by trade. I just self-taught myself rockets. The problem is, dude, is that, 15,000 hours of Kerbal and saying I read a couple of books about rocket science from time to time doesn't really look good on a resume. That doesn't really look good on a resume. Oh yeah, I want to design rockets for you. Oh, what qualifications do you have? I've played Kerbal a lot. Oh, just deorbit this thing. This thing's junk. We can't use this. Yeah, the motor drifts. That's no good. That sucks because my propulsion section not gonna work. It was fine when we started. So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah. No, it's supposed to be... This is supposed to connect into this. No, Nerf, that's bent. It's gone. No good. Did you hear Gary Rossington passed away? They call him the Breeze. Bandit. That sucks, man. Man, what can you do, man? People die of old age. It happens. Is there any mold available on CurseForge? CurseForge? I'm not sure. Quick, NASA needs you to move down to the Cape and run their media outreach, but the offer is only open for 24 hours and there's no firm salary. What do you do? Without a salary, I'm not doing it, Aqualux. No. I would have to be... Dude, I would have to... I've entertained this scenario in my mind multiple times for whatever reasons. If I... yeah, alright, this mission's shot, dude. Without the propulsion section. We could launch another one, but it's better to start over. Just go to the tracking station. Just can these objects. We'll start over. It's no problem. How goes the Eve flyby? About as bad as it could go, Zonic. We ended up trying to bug fix some things. I was running into some weird problems with the vehicle. Yeah, Aqualex, I wouldn't give up what I do here. I wouldn't give up what I do here, dude. It would take a lot of money to do that. I'm not even kidding. I wouldn't give up on this stream. I wouldn't give up on you guys unless I was getting paid an exorbitant amount of cash. In which case, I would use that cash to come back and make the stream better. Go figure. Follow your dreams? Ah, dude, I love what I do here. Joe, this job is dope. I have my own boss. I don't have to answer anybody. I work hours that I want. I work from home. I've been working, you know, COVID remote working. I've been doing that since 2015. This is a really good job. It's really fun, and it pays really well. And I built it from nothing. I built it from nothing, dude. It's different when you do it that way. This ain't just another job. You guys are worth a lot, Wisp. I'm serious about that. Dude, the only way you drag me away from this stream is if... Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say that money wouldn't do it. It would absolutely do it, but it has to be... Look, there's what I make off of this stream, which you guys are very good to me. Very good to me. There's what I make off of this stream, plus my time. My time basically doubles that number, in my opinion. And you know what? Even if people are like, no, it doesn't. I don't give a frick. Considering I'm the one that's going to be making a financial change, I get to denote the damn friggin' price. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want my services? This is how much it costs. Straight up. It would take a lot. It would take a very, very good chunk of change to get me away from this job. Oh, well, if my fiance needed to fix the fridge, then it costs nothing. Will you be watching the H3 launch? Yeah, I think so. Best I can offer is 350. Yeah, there's not a lot of EJs out there in the world, bit. So, you know, let me talk to my, you know, EJ guy. We'll bring him in here. He'll be able to get you a price. I'm Eric Johnson, and this is my pawn shop. I bet you would earn more on OnlyFans. Unlike some people on the internet, my dignity cannot be sold. That is not for sale. Some people, though, hey, if that's what you want to do, that's how you make money, by all means. My job is done. Peace. Yeah, you know, guys, seriously, it would. I'm talking like a CEO salary to get me away from doing this. I'm not even kidding. That's the price. That's how much it costs. Like 250, 300 grand a year. I'm like, I can say that with a straight face. It's, dude, do I make that much with this? Hell no. Not even close. Not even close to that. That's what my time is worth here, and that's what you guys are worth to me. And guess what, dude? I've said that to people before. I've turned down positions. Yeah, absolutely. Pay isn't right. Why the heck would I take a pay cut to go to do a job? Frick that. I'm not doing that. Why am I talking in chat? Brimo has important news. Yeah, pretty much, Pythos. Yeah, of course. My services are wanted. Good. You're going to pay a price for that. We have 69,008 follow. Right. Seriously though, were we at 68,000 followers at the beginning of last week? Really? I've gotten a... Wait, that can't be right. I've gotten 1,000 followers in the last week? Holy crap. Hello, all you new viewers. Thank you. Thank you for watching. I hope I'm a good streamer, I guess. Thanks, KSP2. Very cool. Juice Box Pod's like, hey, what's up? What up, man? You're okay. All right, you know what? Okay is an acceptable answer. It's that you suck thing that gets to me. No, seriously, thanks for everybody that followed, guys. I hope you enjoyed. If you like rockets, this is the place. At least on Twitch. You know, like this is what we do. We'll sit here, talk about rockets all day. That's all I do. Well, we also work on cars. We play City. Dude, Cities 2, man. Cities 2 is on Unreal. It's on Unreal 5. Oh. Okay. Who? Are you sure those things in the background aren't just flamethrowers? What? Anyway, I'm gonna go watch other streamers now. Go have a good night. Alright, Bree. Alright. Sometimes we play the guitar with lightning. That's right. I've been watching your VODs at night, catching up with the KSP2 stuff, learning tons about it in real life in the game. No problem, Juicebox. Hey, thanks for watching, buddy. I really do appreciate it. And I'm serious. I'm serious about that, about the price thing, dudes. I'm not going anywhere. It's gonna take it'd take a lot to get me away from this job. I've been doing it for a decade. I've grown this stream from nothing, from literally 15 viewers a night to what we have now. It'd take a lot to get me away. Yeah, Clef, yeah, Primo does that. Question, City Skylines or Cities Duna? Yes. What about an Avenger level threat? Okay, maybe that. Yeah, dudes, I'm not doing that. I got everything I want. Freaking got a house, cars, whatever. You know? Got Brimo, that's a pretty big part of everything that I want, you know? Take me a lot to get away from this. The Japanese rocket launch is live. We gonna watch some H3 action? Let's do it. Alright, we'll continue with the Eve flyby mission tomorrow, guys. I think we got worst rocket dialed up. This thing is good to go. The last thing that I kind of would want to mess with this thing is getting the fairing separation right. I'm thinking about putting some Separatrons up there and shooting them at the fairing. Actually, you know what? Let's test that right now. Let's see if that works. Give me a just give me a long fuel tank or something. Something like that. And then let me put some Separatrons on it and see if we can push at the fairing. Alright. Save that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, force. Please. Alright. Let's see if we can pop the fairing. And... ooh, those were the wrong rockets. This is fine. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't work. Yeah, I thought we could like shoot rocket motors at them to get them to just not be near us, but yeah, that no, that's not a thing. Okay, let's just get rid of that. Alright, this thing is ready to go. We'll attach a transfer vehicle tomorrow, and we'll get that all up and running. Let's see what's good with the H3. So H3 is Japan's new rocket. This is actually the inaugural launch for this thing. Yeah, the other thing that I do, if you're newer to the stream, is we cover the actual rocket launches. We have permission from most launch providers to do it, you know? Which is pretty sick. Alright. Alright, let's go over here like this. And the H3 launch is currently scheduled for 8:37. Alright, so we're about 25 minutes out, give or take. H3 is Japan's new rocket. This is the inaugural launch for this thing, coming off of a scrub a couple of weeks ago. It is launching the ALOS-3, or ALOS-3, which is the Advanced Optical Satellite. It's the Daiichi satellite is what it's called. It's a an Earth observation satellite would be the right way to say that. It's going to it's a 300 kilogram satellite, and it's going to sun synchronous. Yeah, once again, this new H3 rocket is going to be what Japan uses to support projects like Gateway. It's a big rocket. Anyway, let's load up the coverage here. I will switch up the stream to science and technology. And once again, if you're here for Kerbal, we'll be back tomorrow. I'll actually get the mission figured out on top of the bug squashing. This is the JAXA Daiichi. We'll just go ALOS 3.